All right, I'll call the meeting to order. Welcome to the MSAD 51 Board of Directors meeting for Monday, April 3rd, 2023. Tonight is a workshop, and we have everybody here except Mike, I believe. And Avery is missing currently. Okay. So we'll move on. First item on the agenda is public comment. So if you'd like to speak, please come up to the podium, introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Graham Shove, president of the MSAD 51 Employee Association. I'm just so amazed by everybody here today. You're all amazing. I just, I'm saddened that we're here and this ESP contract continues to drag on. Damage is being done the longer this takes. So we are just here. There are so many people here. We want to get a contract. We want a fair contract. And the process needs to end. So let's get this thing done. Thank you.
Thanks, Graham. Hi, my name is Kelly Kite, and I am an ed tech in the RTI program at Mabel I. Wilson School. I am here tonight again to ask for a fair contract for secretaries and ed techs. Tonight, I am feeling defeated and sad. I cannot believe that we are still in this place of no contract. I keep thinking, surely the board has heard what so many people have said. Ed techs, secretaries, teachers, parents, community members. They will see how dedicated we are, how we support their children every day in every way, all day, how deeply we care. But here we are, and the conclusion that I am beginning to draw, and I'm not the only one, is that you don't value us. You don't value the contributions we make. You do not value the academic achievements that children make because of us. You are willing to let us walk rather than give us a fair contract. Please prove me wrong and do the right thing.
Thank you, Kelly.
Good evening. My name is Luann Balzano Brooks. I'm a resident of Cumberland for 36 years. I have worked at Wilson School as an ed tech for over 20 years. I'm here tonight to speak once again in support of secretaries and ed techs. We are now in our 10th month of working without a contract, and that's a long time to be in this state of limbo. Consequently, ed techs and secretaries, myself included, are feeling lots of emotions. We feel bewildered and frustrated. We feel disrespected and unheard. We feel angry. We have these feelings because we're not asking for anything unreasonable. We want a contract that has fair language and one that provides us with a living wage increase. We are a vital part of student success. We are willing and able to do whatever is asked of us at a moment's notice, and that happens frequently. ESPs are dedicated, hardworking employees. We deserve what we are asking for. Please, do the right thing. Agree to a fair contract. Thank you for your time. I also would like to take a moment to just publicly applaud all my colleagues that have taken the time to come here tonight and to show up and to stand up. Thank you.
Thank you, Luann.
Hi, my name is Sherry McInnes. I have been a teacher for 33 years, and I've been in MSAD 51 for the last 4 years. Before I applied to work in this district, I looked at its mission to engage, empower, and inspire. Teachers do this for their students. Great leaders do it for their staff. I then looked at the strategic plan. What stood out to me was the focus on wellness for both students and staff. Throughout the pandemic, I observed daily through the words and actions of our administrators, school board members, and staff that this wasn't just a strategy added to look good on a website. I saw it in action. Until now. I do not need to tell you how vitally important our support staff is to the success and well-being of our students and staff. You've heard it from so many who have witnessed and received the dedication and professionalism that they provide every day. We have collectively experienced a very traumatic time in the history of our country and our world. Every single day we are seeing hate and violence. Outside the school walls, anti-public education speech swirls with anger and misinformation. Within the school walls, we routinely prepare for an armed intruder. While carrying this heavy weight, our staff continues to model and teach kindness, respect, compassion, and empathy in the hopes that our students will become better adults in this world. So with all of this happening, I have one question for you. Why? Why is this district, this committee, wasting time and money and using your positions of power to make members of our school family feel unimportant, unvalued, and unworthy? Thank you.
This is awesome. We are so united. I love it. Thank you. Thank you for being here and having us all here. My name is Jessica Windsor. I am one of 4 secretaries at Greeley Middle School. I was hired last year for a part-time position, and now I work full-time for under $20 an hour. I'm 47 years old. I have a master's degree in education and a teaching certificate K through 8. Over the last 32 years, I've worked in 2 fields, professional fields, service and education. I've been a substitute teacher, a classroom teacher, a wilderness instructor, a administrative assistant. I've been a dance instructor, a middle school softball coach, a restaurant manager, a Division I athlete, a world traveler, and now I am proud to say that I am a Greeley Middle School secretary. And you may scoff at that because of the job description that we get hired upon, but what is on this job description is not what we really do. Oh, I'm so nervous. Because what we really do, what these things do, most educated people straight out of high school can do, okay? But what we really do is we show up every day and bring heart and soul to your community. To the over 800, just at the middle school, over 800 students we serve every day. Over 100 staff members every day. 3 administrators. This is the leading schools of Maine that we show up and service every single day. We serve and protect all of those people on a daily, these people serve and protect all those people on a daily basis. And some of us are doing that with an education, resumes, experience for under $20 an hour. Okay? Every day, we are helping students, the hundreds of families that call, email, and walk through the doors nonstop every day with questions, concerns, heartache, joys to be celebrated. That's what we do every day. That's not written in our job description. I can only hope that a recent grad from Greeley High School can do what's written on this job description.
But I know for certain that there is no new graduate that can do what these people do on a daily basis for our community. To be placed on the same pay scale that someone who graduated from high school is humiliating. To be told that I'm on the same pay scale that someone who just graduated from high school is outrageous. At 47 years old, my paycheck covers insurance costs for one, my bi-weekly grocery bill, 2 tanks of gas, and a couple trips to Food Stop. That's it. A couple pizza nights out. That's it. Okay? If my husband lost his job tomorrow, quite frankly, we'd be screwed, right? Yet I still show up 40 hours a day and put myself on the front line with all these amazing people every day to protect your children, your staff, your parents, our community, the best schools in Maine. If you don't believe that your secretaries, your ed techs, your library staff aren't worth paying for, come and shadow us for a whole day. Not an hour, a whole day. Sit next to us and see what we are doing nonstop every day. See the service and the care and the love and the protection we are giving minute to minute, and then tell me you can sleep at night knowing you aren't fighting for us to have higher wages and a contract that mirrors the excellence in this room. We're in this room tonight because we believe in each other and the work we're doing. We ask that you fight for us, not against us. I don't want any more emails of appreciation and gold stars and pats on the back. I want to be honored with an updated contract and a paycheck that shows that I've worked for, earned, and commit to every day with these amazing people. Thank you for your time.
My name is Eliza Miller. I'm a Cumberland resident and special education ed tech here at the high school. This is my 11th year at the high school, but I also worked at the middle school, the junior high, and even at North Yarmouth Memorial. I love working for this district. I enjoy our full range of students and our excellent staff and my devoted, capable colleagues. I appreciate the difficult position you are in this year as you roll out a budget that you hope will meet both the needs of the district and be embraced by our community. I was deeply saddened by last fall's unsuccessful referendum on the new school project. We desperately need a new school along with other building repairs. As you know, there's a significant amount of deferred maintenance here at the high school, and it's catching up with us. Also, on behalf of the Athletic Advisory Board and our athletic booster groups, I want to thank the Finance Committee for including all coaching stipends in the budget this spring. This move is a positive step for the district in terms of meeting our base needs and lifting the burden of fundraising off for these 22 assistant coaching positions off the shoulders of the boosters and the community. And I also hope the board reaches an agreement on the ESP contracts soon. When I first started here at the high school, I saw that we attracted a range of vibrant ed techs and younger people in these positions, a number of whom have gone on to teach here in the district and elsewhere. It's important to stay competitive in our wages and our contract language in order to attract and continue to hire young and committed people into teaching. I see you as a board that can take the bold steps necessary in this district to upgrade, update, and catch up to the times. The Greeley school system is remarkable, and I hope we will be able to move forward together to continue to educate and support students in this community to our fullest. Thank you.
Liza.
Hello. My name is Jessica Cole, and I am, let's see, what's my most recent job description here? I am a special education ed tech over at MIW. I probably have flour on myself because, as everybody here, we worked a full day and then came here because this is important, right? I didn't want to talk, but I know these wonderful people have been talking week after week after week, and we're still here. You know, we're still showing up. We're still going home, rushing, feeding our families, getting everybody fed, feeding the dog, and then running over here to stand in front of you. I was hired as an RTI ed tech to do small literacy and math groups originally. I showed up for the first day this year, and I was pulled aside at the end of the day and said, due to staffing shortages, you have now been reassigned to the SCALES program, which is Special Education Life Skills. That was a shock, because that's quite different than my RTI ed tech position of literacy and math. This is dealing with special education kids who need severe help, and they're amazing children. So after I shook the shock off, I didn't quit. I didn't stomp off and go find another job, because all of these people, right? I said, okay. I went to the bathroom, not gonna lie, may have cried a couple tears, went right in and said, what do you need me to do for this school and for these amazing people and for all of your kids? This is who we have working here today. My story is not unique. Every person in this room has been asked to do something other than their job this year. And we've all done it, and we keep coming back. And I keep hearing that, oh, the board thinks we're disposable, we're replaceable. Let me tell you, we are intelligent, highly educated, passionate people. I worked a Fortune 100 job for a Fortune 100 company, head of an entire division. I chose to do this because I wanted to give back to my community and be with all these amazing humans. Don't make me regret that choice. We're here because we're passionate about teaching and making kids better. Don't make us regret that choice. We have other options in our lives. We do, I promise. You know, most people look at ed techs, oh, we'll just hire some kid off the street. I want you to know these are highly educated, passionate, dedicated, articulate people, and I am humbled and grateful to work with every single one of you. And all I can say is, well, two more things. My son makes $25 an hour selling t-shirts at a local store in Portland. That's $5 more an hour than I make. My daughter is in co-op in Boston. She goes to a university there. She makes more at her co-op as a 19-year-old than I make, and I'm 51. I ain't afraid to say it, 51. Let that sink in. And we're not asking for anything that this district can't afford. And I would encourage each and every one of you to delve into the details of exactly what we're asking for. Don't look at it on the periphery if you think we're being greedy or unreasonable. Dig in and really look at the specifics of what we're asking. We're not asking for anything that any of the other communities have asked for. And I know other communities have received. And a lot of things we're asking for cost this district nothing. So thank you for letting me talk. Thank you to these amazing people who continue to show up. And I love working here. And ironically, when I was switched over to special education ed tech, I was told it was temporary. I went to them and said, you know what, I want to change, I want to make this change permanent. It's a passion of mine now. And another reason that I wanted to take the job is because I knew it would be easier for my job as an RTI ed tech. They could hire for that job easier than a special education job. I made that choice for myself and for all these people here, and for the kids. Those are the type of people you have here employed. Show them that you appreciate that. Their dedication, their intelligence, their passion, because I promise we're worth it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Jason Curry, and I've been a classroom teacher in this school district since 1998, and I love working at Greeley. I love working with these people. These people are family without all the baggage. They are wonderful. And as part of the negotiations team, I can tell you, we're not asking you for what they're worth, because you could never afford what they're actually worth. But we are asking for a fair living wage, considering the investment that they make in their workplace every day. My life as a teacher would be so much poorer, so much harder, so much less rewarding without our school secretaries, without the ed techs who come and do all of the educational support that's required to get all of your students, all of your children, all of this community's youth ready for the world. We have an incredible mission statement in this district. We have ambition, and that ambition can only be realized by supporting the staff that are here and those that couldn't make it tonight because they're at second jobs, who need your support. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sally Hunter, and I'm a resident of Cumberland who put 3 kids through this district. I'm a former ed tech, and I've been a teacher at MSAD 51 for the last 24 years. I've taught many of your children and the 2 student reps on this board. I'm here to support the educational support professionals, ESPs, and school secretaries who are striving to negotiate a fair contract. The last time I spoke before this board, way back in the beginning of December, I highlighted the 130% turnover rate of secretaries at the Greeley Middle School main office. Tonight, I'd like to draw your attention to the continuing struggle to keep ed techs. This board has heard from countless other speakers about the importance of these educational support professionals. This year, we started the school year without ed techs in place. Ed techs who had quit in the spring or summer had yet to be replaced. Building administrators worked hard to find qualified candidates, and finally, a month or so into the school year, a new ed tech started working with our 6th grade students. She was amazing. She developed relationships with students, learned curriculum to support assignments, covered classrooms when teachers were out, supervised and supported students in the PASS after-school homework program, developed an understanding of behavioral plans so that she could support the success of our students, and so many other responsibilities. She was so capable. She was a gem, and then she was gone. We continue to hemorrhage staff because of the lack of a fair contract. Hiring and training new staff is expensive. This board has the power to stop this revolving door of hiring by establishing a fair contract for our ESPs. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jeff Brooks. I'm a resident of Cumberland and an employee of the district. Excuse me. I taught 3rd through 5th grades for 39 years, and I'm now in my 4th year as a special ed tech here at Greeley High School. Like others who have spoken tonight, I'm angry. Anyone who knows me knows it takes a lot to make me angry. So when I say that I'm angry, you can believe that it's because of something significant. And that, of course, that is, of course, what my colleagues and I have been trying to bring to your attention for these past few months. The struggle we've been having to secure a fair contract for our ESPs. As an ed tech, I'm angry. I'm angry that my fellow ESPs and I are apparently not valued enough to deserve a decent raise and contract, despite all we do in support of our schools. And as a taxpayer, I'm angry that our towns of Cumberland and North Yarmouth will be footing the bill, tens of thousands of dollars, for our contract negotiations to go to fact-finding. That a settlement could not be reached after months of attempted meetings, more months of futile meetings, and more, recently, weeks of mediation. And oh yeah, as a grandfather of 2 boys in our schools, I'm angry. I'm angry that the support they need or may need may be negatively affected by the ramifications of the protracted contract negotiations. I'm angry because something is not right here. It's hurting a lot of people, and nobody seems to be willing or able to do anything about it. I'm hoping that other, usually mild-mannered people will be angry too, and that they'll do something about it. Administrators, school board members, residents of Cumberland and North Yarmouth, please speak up. Help us secure a fair contract for our hardworking ESPs. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
Good evening, members of the board, my fellow colleagues, and concerned parents. My name is Pam Flick. I'm an ed tech in the Greeley Middle School for 4th and 5th graders. I addressed this board 3 months ago, speaking to you about the necessity of a working contract. I find myself in the same predicament, and since then, my colleagues have appealed to you multiple times with no results. 277 days without a contract is far too long. The inactions of a select few in not settling this contract for the 100 ed techs and secretaries who serve the students of this district is a crime. Therefore, I am appealing to the parents and taxpayers of this district. Please think about what it means and consider how you'll vote for the school budget. Unless you see a salary raise in there for the ed techs and secretaries, I'd give pause. This fair wage increase, taxpayers, is so minor it wouldn't even increase the overall budget. It's time that the board take care of the educational support professionals with the same compassion, dignity, and respect that these same employees treat your children with. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Andrew Alborn. I'm a math teacher here at the high school and a coach at the middle school. I just want to speak on how my job to live up to the standards that this school and this community has set would not be possible without ed techs and secretaries. On a daily basis in my math classroom, my ed techs or the ed techs that work with me make it possible for my students to access their education. I teach solely Algebra 2, which is often considered a gatekeep for both passing through high school as well as moving on. Without ed techs in the math lab and quite frankly the science lab, as well as those in my math classroom, our students might not succeed and they might not even make it through the class. Every day they help my students. In the offices in the middle school and the high school, they quite literally run our schools. It would not be possible for our schools to run without our secretaries. At the middle school, I often walk in there and see those secretaries working with a handful of middle school children, several staff members, administrators, parents, and dealing with the myriad of items dropped off. I would challenge anyone to try to sit in there during a substitute day and actually do their job. We cannot pay them enough. And furthermore, they deserve the respect of fair language in the class, in their contract. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ella Russell, a special education teacher at MIW. I believe in the power of the unity of my school. In the same regard, I do believe that our school would not function without ESPs. Many know and say this, as it is true, but what is more important than saying this is showing it. We witness the validity of this statement of the importance of our ESPs each and every day. Being in the school, we see it, we hear it, and we feel it. They are vital. If you have any kind of power over the decision of this contract, I hope that that means you do understand the utter importance of ESPs, that you are undoubtedly inclined to support their health, their stability, and the fairness of their treatment. You must know this. Please provide ESPs with a fair contract. Empower them and empower our school. They have chosen MIW, so please choose them back. To maintain them, maintain our unity to prevent the possible loss of them. If you have a strong opinion on the decision of this contract, I hope that you share the views I have shared, and I hope you show it too. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nikki Connolly. I'm an occupational therapist in a functional life skills program at MIW. I work very closely with several devoted, compassionate, and highly intelligent ESPs who are integral in the functioning of our program. You've heard people speak about the value of ed techs, what they're worth, and what they do for our school community. I want to spend just a minute talking about the potential trickle-down effect of not agreeing on what feels to them as a fair contract. They will grow increasingly discouraged and frustrated. They will feel increasingly taken advantage of. They will feel tired. They will feel resentment. They will feel angry. They will feel hurt. They will lose steam. They will stop wanting to come to work. They will stop caring so deeply. They will stop going above and beyond. They will leave. The kids will feel it. The teachers will feel it. We'll all feel it. I'm here because I love my coworkers, and I can't bear the thought of them leaving. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Ingrid Vanny. I'm a resident of Cumberland, and I have been working in the school district for 7 years, mostly as an ed tech at GMS 4-5. This is the fourth time I've stood here and addressed the board on this topic. So tonight, I mostly want to speak on behalf of one of my colleagues that couldn't be here this evening. These are her words. I am Jane Kilbride Dupuis, speech-language therapist in pre-K and GMS 4-5, and have been working in this district for 23 years. I am writing on behalf of all of the ESPs who work within our district. I am very disheartened that a contract has not been reached for our brilliant, loving, dedicated, compassionate, kid-centered, frontline, hardworking colleagues. I will not pretend to understand the workings of the negotiations, union work, fact-finding, request for livable wages, coverage for insurance premiums, and all the bantering in between. Bottom line, it's about our students and your children. Without our ESPs, their dedication and support, we could not do our job. I'm not sure the community is aware of how impactful each and every one of our ESPs is to all of the students within our district. They provide safety for our students throughout the day, seamlessly support social and emotional learning, cover duties, morning, afternoon, greeters, breakfast, lunch, recess, provide intervention groups, teach reading, math, writing, and literacy instruction, support student behavior needs, substitute for classroom teachers whenever asked, cover last-minute dismissal and arrival, assist with planning and prep for classroom teachers, collaborate with colleagues to support our students and keep them safe. and our administrative assistants provide ongoing calls, emails with families, student safety, supporting teachers, administrators, nursing. They act as nurses when they need to. Ensure student safety at arrival and dismissal and in all emergency situations. These members of our school community are not asking to be recognized, rewarded, or compensated. They're asking for a livable wage. We would be lost without their support for our students. Please consider a resolution so we can continue to keep our students and your children safe and thriving. Please trust me when I say they are all invaluable to the work we do with all of our students within the MSAD 51 community. Respectfully, Jane Kilbride Dupuy. And I just have one other point that I would like to make. In the superintendent's proposed budget presentation for this year, on slide number 28, it references MAD 51's per pupil cohort and compares them with our neighboring towns of Falmouth and Yarmouth. As the district uses our neighboring towns for budget comparisons, I would like to use one of these towns to compare current hourly wages for our ESPs. Falmouth, their current hourly wage for ESPs is over 10% higher than our current hourly wage for our ESPs. To put this in perspective, an ed tech with 0 years of experience next door earns more than ESPs in our district that have 6 to 10 years of experience. It doesn't take much to figure out where ESPs would apply first, and then deduce why MSAD 51 has had open positions going on for over 2 years now for both special ed and regular ed techs. These open positions mean that our students are not receiving the level of instruction that they would or should receive if we had all of our positions filled. It is this district's responsibility to put the needs of our students first. And this will happen only if we can hire and retain staff members to meet our students' needs by providing our ESPs a fair living wage. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Margaret McDevitt. I'm a resident of Cumberland for the last 27 years, and I am an employee at MSAD 51 as a RTI Ed Tech. I want to thank everyone, as you have been thanked, who has come here tonight to show their support of the Ed Techs and secretaries as we try to come to a fair and respectful resolution. Thank you. Totally appreciate it. I had a lot of scratch outs. As several people have mentioned, there is some anger there, and I'm trying to contain mine. So I did scratch out some stuff. With everyone speaking, it is utilizing a strategy that we use with your children at school. Everybody learns differently, so we explain things in several various ways. So they need to hear things multiple and various ways, which I'm hoping tonight you have. I'm hoping if you hear our message in various ways from various people, our message may get received in the intended way. Our message is this: Ed techs and secretaries are essential school personnel. We are vital to the success and safety of your children's public school education. We teach them in small groups, in full classrooms, one-on-one, at recess, at lunch. We keep them safe all day long. Ed techs and secretaries are essential school personnel. And as such, we deserve a fair and respectful contract, and we deserve it now. Thank you for hearing me.
Margaret.
Good evening. My name is Martha Leggett. I live in North Yarmouth, and unlike most of the people who I have heard speak tonight, I'm representing both parents and community members. I spoke about a month ago in front of the board, but it was a very different vibe, I have to say. I was the only one that spoke on this particular issue. And I just want to say, I am incredibly moved to look at this room of educators who have been so impactful to our family and to families I know across the district, that everyone has come together sharing this same message. It just seems like a disconnect to me to think that we cannot move forward. And I know Mr. Brooks alluded to being mad, and I understand that. As a parent and community member, I just feel really sad. I feel MSAD 51 is so much bigger and better than this. And just want to say that 3/4 of the year has passed. We just finished the 3rd quarter. Now is the time. I feel like I know as board members, as administrators, we don't need to tell you how valuable ESPs are. Or I don't. I'll say I don't need to. I really believe in your hearts you all know the critical role that ESPs and secretaries play in our district. And what I just truly ask is that you act quickly to demonstrate that MSAD 51 cares about its employees, pay equity, and living wages. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Daria McGillicuddy. I am a resident of Cumberland, and between my husband and myself, we have 43 years to dedicated service to this district. He was a teacher. I am an ed tech, special education at Greeley Middle School 6-8. Many of my colleagues here, holy cow, I've been in the front row, so I haven't really seen it, spoke about the things the ed techs do, how we support our students. There's one other thing that hasn't been mentioned. We save this district money. Every single day that an ed tech covers a teacher's classroom for the day, we are saving somewhere around $100 per person, per substitute, per day. Personally, I've saved the district over $1,000 this year. I'm sure some of my colleagues have done much more than that. I just wanted to make that known. Secondly, none of us take this job thinking we're going to come in and make a lot of money. We take it for a lifestyle, a choice of working with students, children, supporting families. Somebody else said community service. Yes, it is a way of community service. And I think we need to be recognized with a fair contract. This has been a long time. This is not like this district in the past. I've lived here for 37 years. This is unprecedented. We need to move forward, please. Thank you.
Hi. My name's Neil. I'm a senior at the high school. I actually came here a few months ago, back at the beginning of January, to speak on behalf of the ed techs, and I was hopeful then that the negotiations, which at the time were already feeling sort of strained, would start to wrap up. And my hope in speaking then was that I could help explain the importance of these teachers to our school leaders. Surely in explaining this, I thought that would push these negotiations over the edge, and our teachers would have contracts. But you've heard today, how important they are. You've heard how valuable they are to our community, and as much as I'm sure everyone in here appreciates the concerned faces and empathetic looks, we're 16 months into this. You've heard this all for the last, 489 days? It's been pretty long. I'm beginning to question whether the importance of these teachers was ever the interest of this school board. You all know how much these ed techs mean to our school. And yet, as I mentioned, we're 16 months into these negotiations and no closer to ending them than we were a year ago. You've told these teachers over and over and over again that their hard work and irreplaceable effort in these schools isn't worth a livable wage. They teach students that no other teacher in this school are capable of teaching, and they push them from kindergarten into the 12th grade. Students with developmental or learning special needs. Students who need extra attention and care. But you all know this. We're about to spend tens of thousands of dollars in court just to prevent them from getting a contract. You're using taxpayer money and the money of these employers just to keep them from getting this contract, just to make your town worse. But we could alleviate this. We could forget spending the money and just pay them now. The Maine Department of Education made an error on spending. We're getting over $670,000 because they made an error. That would pay for the contracts. These ed techs deserve to be paid. And if we don't pay them now, our school's going to be in trouble in the long run. Our towns are growing. Our taxes are going to increase. Our schools are going to fall off a cliff. We need to pay our teachers now. Instead of spending almost double on our current school budget by building a new school, maybe we should pay the employees who work in the school first.
Good evening. My name is Eric Sanical. I'm a Cumberland resident, a parent of 3 children in the district. I moved to town 5 years ago, and I wish I had prepared remarks. I also wish I had been aware of how long this has been going on. I didn't know anything about it until a few nights ago when I bumped into someone at a school event with a pin on, and I asked them about their pin. And boy, I'm appalled to learn that, what is driving us to, still be here. I'm so proud of all of the people in this room. I know many of you personally, and you make my day brighter. Certainly my family's. I have a 12-year-old son named Leo with cerebral palsy who has benefited just immeasurably from the support and dedication and just love of the people in this room, some who haven't met him yet and will work with him in the future, and some who worked with him in the past. It's just, I cannot imagine being in this school district without this sort of tireless dedication that you all have spoken about. It's frankly, it's kind of what makes it work for us. And I don't know the details. I really hope that both sides can come to an agreement. Everyone has said it better than I could, but it's not about what they're worth. That's just so far off the table. It's just about fairness and human decency. It's really appalling to know that we're at this kind of an impasse this far in with such an incredible group of dedicated individuals. And I thank you all for your courage tonight, for speaking up, for staying. If I were in your shoes, I'd probably be looking for other jobs in other towns. And I know none of you want to do that because you're so dedicated to this town and we are so lucky. But let's not take advantage of their dedication and their commitment. Let's honor them with what they deserve and be fair and move on and just be so grateful that we have them. Because we're not going to have much without them, as this articulate senior just indicated. I thank you for those words. They were great.
Hi, I'm Brady Hale. I'm a junior here at Greeley High School, and I'm also a lifeguard for MSAD 51, where I make $18 an hour. I did a 6-hour online course for Red Cross, and then about 6 hours of in-pool instruction, and I make $18 an hour. Without a doubt, EdTechs have promoted education in this district. All the way back in first grade, an EdTech would come into my class and help me with my reading and writing. And that didn't stop until 5th grade. And then in 6th grade and part of 7th grade, I was enrolled in the RTI program, and which eventually I tested out of it. EdTechs have played a crucial role in the education system by providing individualized support to students, to all students. I wouldn't be here confidently speaking to you all today if it wasn't for them. Without adequate support, EdTechs may feel, and I'm sure they do, feel overwhelmed and undervalued, leading to a high turnover rate. For a district that values equality in education so heavily, it is genuinely disappointing that these teachers are not being fought for to an equal extent as to us students. By offering contracts, our district can demonstrate a commitment to supporting EdTechs and ensuring that they have the resources they need to succeed and the resources they need to help us, the students, succeed. Despite the vital work that these teachers do, the EdTechs often face significant challenges, including a lack of resources and support. I, along with numerous classmates and community members, believe that the best way to address this issue is by offering contracts to special education teachers. Offering contracts to EdTechs is a smart investment for any school. By providing job security, stability, ensuring adequate support, and improving the quality of the program, contracts can help address the ongoing shortage of education teachers and improve the outcomes for all students. Most importantly, offering contracts is a way to show that our school values the important work of EdTechs and is committed to creating an inclusive and equitable learning environment for all students. Thank you.
Thank you,
Hello, my name is Katie Hankinson.
And my name's Abby Hollis.
And we're seniors here at Greeley as well as lifeguards, like Brady. During the past 4 years, we've been grateful to get to know a few of our EdTechs in the classroom, in the hallway, and in the math, science, and English labs. And every time they see me, they ask me how I'm doing, and they ask me how school is going. So I know they truly care about me as a student, and they care about all the students. And I can go on and on about how positive their impact is, but to keep it short, all I'll say is that I just can't imagine our school without them.
EdTechs do so much for our school. They are kind and passionate people, and they are absolutely vital members of our staff. My brother Henry works as an EdTech at Lincoln Middle School in Portland. I know what it takes to work as an EdTech, and I know how difficult this job can sometimes be. As students here at Greeley, we see how hard our EdTechs work every single day. They greatly contribute to the positive school environment we strive to cultivate at Greeley, and our community and school board should do everything that we can to support them the same way that they support us. There should not be a need for any EdTechs to work a second job on top of working for our school. It was said earlier that we acknowledge how dedicated EdTechs are to Greeley, and in return, it's only fair that we're dedicated to them.
For that reason, EdTechs need to get the contract they're asking for by any means necessary, and I sincerely hope that the support of the students and teachers here today will help the EdTechs reach the fair contract they deserve. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jen Giannaco. I'm a parent here. I live in North Yarmouth. I've been here for somewhere around 20 years now. And I'm here tonight to support our fabulous ESP staff. I have had great interactions. My kids, one is in middle school, the other one is running your live stream tonight. We have had wonderful support all through the time that we have been in this system. And I just think it's so important to recognize these folks for the work that they do. We know we're a privileged system. We can look around and see that. But let's not forget that all of those pieces that bring us to being recognized for the best school system in Maine are built together, right? Without these folks, we don't have that system anymore. And so if we can't find a way past this, we're going to lose them. We know there's a labor shortage. We know that these people bring amazing talents to our district. Let's recognize them, please. Thank you.
I hope I banked a few short seconds since my first speech was very short. Again, I'd like to thank all these brave people for coming out tonight. It's really not easy for them to come up here and stand in front of their bosses and the school board and speak what's on their hearts. So thank you all for showing that bravery. Though we're on the path to fact-finding, we do not need to continue down this path. I encourage you all to listen to the good people that have spoken tonight. You can meet their fair demands of these people by offering what they've asked for. We do not need to continue to fact-finding if we make an agreement now or tomorrow or the next day or the day after that. Please talk to your negotiations team. Look at the details. Ask thoughtful questions. Weigh the costs. Align what they're saying with your own values. When you do, I know you will agree with all of these people and what they've said tonight. Thank you.
Okay. I do have a statement if you guys want to hear it. Okay. Yeah. Hmm? It is.
I'm here on a different topic. If I speak.
Yes, please.
Okay. Hi, my name is Lita Whirl, and I'm very humbled to speak after this group here. I'd like to address the decision recently made for Mabel Wilson to temporarily stop the looping program, starting the next academic year. I'm assuming everyone here knows what that means, but for anyone that is not familiar with looping, it's the placement of an early elementary student in the same class with the same classmates and the same teacher for a 2-year period. MIW has offered this historically for 2nd and 3rd grade and recently opened it up for kindergarten and 1st grade. Offering looping was one of the deciding factors for my family to move to this district in 2019. I have 3 children, all of whom been in looping classes at MIW over the past 4 years. For my children, it has been a fantastic academic and social experience to have the consistency of 2 consecutive years with the same teacher in the same class, especially during COVID and post-COVID. Therefore, I was so disheartened to hear about the decision, as my youngest child traditionally would have been eligible for looping next year. Again. So for the members of the school board, thank you so much for those who did respond to my emails. I've copied you all on multiple emails in the last few days regarding the subject. So I wanted to present a face with the name and to let you know that myself, multiple other parents that I know you've heard from, the teachers I've spoken to, and on behalf of the students that have benefited from looping, we disagree with the blanket decision to stop the looping program at this time, even if temporarily. Principal Muncy has responded to those emails with his rationale, but I just feel this decision to stop the program has significant negative downstream impacts to the students and should be reconsidered, even if it only affects a small group of children. And I know when he responded to me, he only mentioned the potential for 1 new looping class starting next year, but he left out the current 2 kindergarten and 1st grade looping classes. So therefore, that would be almost 60 students that would be without the potential benefit of a looping classroom. I feel really strongly about this topic and appreciate you hearing my point of view that we should continue the looping program at MIW both next year and for years to come. And thank you so much for taking the time to listen to me.
Thank you, Lita. Are there other comments? Okay. Seeing none, I'll close public comment. I'm sorry, everybody left. Regarding the EdTech contract, you all are a very hard act to follow. We value you all very much and everything that you shared here tonight, and I apologize for having a prepared statement. I am not good enough to do this on the fly, unlike some of you all. On behalf of the bargaining team and the entire board, I have a brief statement. First, we very much share the desire to resolve negotiations with our ed techs and secretaries. These negotiations have lasted longer than we had hoped, and there are still important issues that need to be resolved. We trust in the process and are confident that we'll be able to resolve this. Failure is not an option. We have overcome differences with other bargaining units in recent times and have recently settled contracts with our food service staff and our bus drivers, and also with our custodians as recently as this January. We look forward to resolving this contract as well. The parties for this negotiation have not agreed to conduct the negotiation in a public manner, and so we will continue to honor the process with the negotiating teams. However, I can assure you that the board has offered wage increases in line with surrounding districts that will ensure that our staff receive competitive pay for the good work they do. As board members, we not only want to keep and reward our employees, but we have a duty to ensure that we can afford the proposals put forward and that the financial impact will not overly burden our taxpayers. In addition to ensuring that the financial package for our employees is competitive yet affordable, the board is committed to ensuring that the contract contains very clear language and does not erode our ability to provide the best education for our students. We know how much our families value the education their children receive at Greeley, and for this reason we are committed to language that puts our children first and won't impede our ability to meet their needs. I want to stress that we sincerely appreciate all of our staff and that their efforts on behalf of all of our children. We value their important contributions to our district. Again, I would ask us all to respect the process and let those involved focus on the details, and trust in those involved that we will arrive at a fair resolution as soon as possible. Those at this table want just as much as others to resolve this in a way that appropriately balances fair pay with impact to taxpayers and ability to serve our students. Thank you. Jeff, I was going to bring the looping thing up later tonight, but would you mind, for the thousands watching at home, sort of reiterating the thought processes that went into that? Because what Lita said, I think, is kind of preaching to the choir for a lot of us up here, but
Yep.
please.
So I appreciate all the comments. There have been several parents that have reached out, and appreciate people reaching out about looping. Just to let you know that both Corey Muncie, the principal at Mabel I. Wilson School, and myself are huge proponents of looping. In fact, we know it's an educational approach that really works. So this has nothing to do with looping itself. There are 4 teachers right now in loops at Mabel Wilson School. 2 of these will be completing a loop next year. So there will be 2 teachers that are in the second year of that loop. 1 teacher will be on a leave of absence who has been looping, and a 4th teacher is not starting a new loop. Mabel Wilson School, and I know, Lita, you mentioned this in your remarks already, but that Corey had mentioned this. The school has gone through a lot of change over the last 7 years. We have 250 more students at Mabel I. Wilson School. We have a lot of temporary classrooms that we have put in and are continuing to put in over the summer. Many of the new teachers in the school are due to enrollment increases, and we've had a lot of curriculum shifts. Part of the strategic plan, both district and at the school, is making sure that we are on par with implementing all of these curricular approaches that we're working on, including the science of reading, looking at the gaps in everyday math, and making sure that we are teaching and helping students learn the state standards. And as we continue integrating social studies and science into our classrooms. There's a lot that we're asking our teachers to do for the next couple of years, especially with about a third of the classroom teachers who are new to Mabel Wilson School or have been new in the last couple of years. So we really feel, Corey and I both feel strongly that in order to make looping successful, or any part of the program at Mabel Wilson School successful, we've got to focus for 2 years on curriculum development. And that means that teachers need to be tied to the grade level team. They're working on curricular coherence. And after those adjustments in the curriculum are made, that we'd like to expand looping. We know looping is a very important educational approach, so it has nothing to do with the approach itself. And I, defer to the administration at Mabel Wilson School for making this decision, which I feel and support, very much support the decision given the reasons for it, and really feel like looping will come out much stronger than what we have. I know the teachers that have been involved have done an amazing job with looping, but we also need to take a pause and start focusing more on the curricular pieces that feed into all of our classrooms, including looping. So hopefully that provides more of a why behind it. And we do have, just to kind of let you know, we're not completely stopping the looping next year. We have 2 teachers that will be continuing those loops.
Thank you, Jeff. Questions from the board on that topic?
Yeah, question. So is my understanding correct that the teachers had a say as well with the principal regarding this pause?
There was discussion with all the teachers involved in looping, and teachers that have been connected to looping in the past as well were consulted. I'm not sure, I wouldn't say that there was complete agreement. I think there are people that obviously everyone feels passionately about, including the administrators at the school feel passionately about looping. So I think I don't think anyone was excited about stopping it or pausing it.
But there was discussion. It wasn't like a
but
surprise.
But there's discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't a surprise from what I understand.
I'm not very familiar with looping because we missed that opportunity when we moved to the district. Just kids are a little too old. But so how does a teacher get to be a looping teacher?
So I would say, I'm thinking of the teachers right now that are in looping. Most of them have been looping for many years. We have 4 teachers right now. And we've had teachers in the past that are not looping now who chose not to loop, chose to go back and have a classroom without looping. We've also had teachers who have looped before, and decided not to loop, or there was a decision not to loop with their class in a looping arrangement. And that's always an option available. And we also offer that to families. If they don't think their children should be in a loop, they have an option of opting out at the end of the first year if it's not going to work for them.
So teachers have been given the choice in the past to be looping or not looping.
Yeah. The only stipulation is they have to have a looping partner in order for it to work, because we've got to have teachers go back and forth for 2 years.
Okay.
So we can't do that easily if you only have one person doing that. You've got to have a partner who's willing to loop. So we have teachers that will partner together so that you can go back and forth between grade levels.
And ideally, how many teachers in a particular grade would be looping? Like 50%?
No, we're talking about a small percentage of teachers. And I think that's part of the concern, is that we'd like to grow this. I would like to see half of our teachers looping if there's a lot more information, training, curricular coherence. That would be an option. But I also believe in options for kids. Mm-hmm. Some kids, it's great. They love looping, and some families love it. Some teachers love it. Other families, it doesn't work at all. Okay. They want a different teacher every year. And I think the best thing that we can do as a school is to provide options for kids. And I don't think we're providing an option by having only 4 teachers we have 41 classrooms right now at Mabel Wilson. That doesn't feel like a true option to me. I think we should have an option.
So if there is this pause, would there be goals associated with that pause to come out of with X number of looping teachers in classrooms?
Yeah, and if there's another approach that we're not thinking about, both of my own children have gone through different scenarios, looping and otherwise, and have benefited from those approaches. So I think my philosophy is let's offer options for kids. And this is certainly an option, but I don't think we're offering this option to as many kids as we should be. And that's one of the reasons we want to pause this and make sure it works right.
Respectfully, if I may clarify, there's just 6 looping classes right now. There's 2 kindergarten, 1st grade, and then 4 with sharing the 2, 3.
Right, so we have 2 that will be continuing next year.
And finishing their loop.
Right, they're finishing their loop, right.
But there's another, the K1, that could have started a new loop next year with the 2 team teachers.
Right, that's the part I'm not aware of. So those are considerations that were being planned by the school. Yeah.
I just think we're doing a disservice pausing it. The teachers that are in looping right now are veterans. They know it. It helps a lot of students, or a core group of students, that teachers from kindergarten that come up through. I understand all the reasonings that was given. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, honestly, I'll tell you forthright, if there wasn't looping, one of my children would not have made it through the school system. That consistency. And I would hate to have one child, and I try to govern all 2,000 students and families. But I just think we're doing a disservice to take it away this soon, this harshly, this quickly, kind of abruptly. It just feels like it just halted and nobody was prepared, and it's something that I know a lot of younger grades really, parents look forward to it. They're like, oh, my child looped and this worked great for this child. And I understand. I have one child that wouldn't have worked for, and one child, if it wasn't for it, I don't know where we'd be at. And that's what I have to say.
I think I struggle too, just given the fact that at this moment we do have so few looping classroom teachers. And it seems to me that it would make more sense to continue to allow them to loop, to continue to demonstrate and model this model for our newer classroom teachers at Mabel I. Wilson. I understand the reasoning behind it, but it's also something that I have concerns about.
May I ask about how this was communicated, how parents found out, and what parents have heard since then? How was this approached?
Honestly, I couldn't answer that question. That would come from the school administration and not from me. But certainly, it looks like Letta is going to answer that as a parent.
Yeah. I'm happy to answer that question. It was honestly through the grapevine. It was my understanding that during the teacher workday on that Friday, it was announced to the staff without any collaboration with including the current looping teachers. And so the only way we were given information about it was on Friday. We had our bi-weekly newsletter from Principal Muncie, and they talked about placement for next year. And there was a hyperlink for a form that we could complete for our thoughts for our children for placement next year. And within that hyperlink, there was one sentence that said next year will be all 1-year traditional classrooms without looping options, except for the 2 current looping classes that will finish for 3rd grade. And that was the communication we received.
Thank you.
Because I know this is a budget workshop, and I know we have to get on to the budget, and I know this is an item, it's a budget item, not really. At this point, I am willing to have more discussions, I'm certainly willing to have more discussions with Mr. Muncie, and I will provide an update to the board this week, if that works. Well, the other item I wondered, I'm looking at Tom, but wondering if it's perhaps a curriculum committee topic as well, for no matter what the time would be, it would be good to discuss.
Sure. So a few things. We're curriculum committee. We're meeting next Monday. I mentioned this to Susie as a topic. I know it's pretty short notice at this point, but it's on the radar if she's open to that. I also want to express my support for this if it's possible. I think it's a really nice option for our district. And 3, I want to give Lita a shout out for her choice of vests today. It's just Yes, the black NESCAC college vest is very fashionable.
Can't go wrong if it's NESCAC. Yes, I think, it's great. I didn't realize that you would communicate with Susie. I think it's a great topic. It's very timely. I'll talk to Susie about it tomorrow. In the meantime, I'll talk to Corey, and maybe we can coordinate that and within a week have some more information for the board.
That'd be great.
All right.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. Thank you.
And Christina, which vest is it that you like?
I couldn't see his. Oh, yeah, no, hers. I'm sorry. Yeah. I would just add that communication definitely kind of fell down on this one. I didn't know this was an issue either till the emails started flying. So regardless of how this gets addressed or resolved, whatever we discuss, I think we should communicate it, get ahead of it before everyone gets confused and nobody knows what's going on. So
yeah, usually things like this, these approaches are usually handled at the school level for communication. And I think, just kind of thinking in retrospect, this is a long-standing approach at Mabel I. Wilson School, so I think it certainly goes back at least a decade, maybe more than that, a couple decades. So a lot of people have had children that have gone through the looping experience. And again, the district, including me, very much supports it. It's a great approach. And I understand the concerns that people have brought forward. I do. And I think we can talk more about it and come bring something to curriculum committee and then bring something back as an update for the board and go from there.
Okay, thank you. All right, moving on to the meat of why we're here, the workshop. I'll turn it over to Vanessa, our finance chair.
So yes, tonight is the finance workshop. The finance committee's been meeting over the last several months, narrowing down the requests from the building administrators, looking at the operating budget. We just, tonight Scott will be going over line by line the 11 cost centers that Jeff presented last week on the budget. I'm getting more into detail on that. And as someone had noted tonight when they spoke, the state of Maine did make an error in the calculations, and we, as a finance committee, we applied it to reduce this tax rate, and that's where it stands as of right now. You're in charge.
Thank you. All right. I'll try to keep this as brief as I can based on the time this evening, but try to get some of the thorough parts there, some of the increases to the budget and some of the variances. So if we start with the first sheet that's on the front, you'll see that basically the top is fiscal year 23-24, and it's a document that says Statement of Projected Revenues, Expenditures, and Assessment. Okay, it's a one-page sheet that was loose by itself. Everybody sees this is the one? Yeah. Okay, everybody's got that. So, in short on this, the additional revenues, as Vanessa had mentioned, have been applied to reduce the tax impact to both Cumberland and North Yarmouth. And at the end of the day, the real number that, while there's a number of calculations here that talk about the required local, which is the mill rate difference on what you have to cost share with the state of Maine in order to get your state subsidy, that's one part of the tax assessment to the two communities. Has nothing to do with the towns sharing between themselves, but with the state of Maine. That's the first column where it says required local 6.97. The additional local is based on each community's percentage of property valuation is compared to the total. And that's down on the average 3-year number that's down to the bottom left hand. So those two numbers added together has nothing to do with the number of students between the two communities. It's really based on the value or the valuation of each community is what presents its ability to pay. So if we look at those numbers and we come across, you'll see that way out to the right-hand side, I have an estimate from the town of Cumberland. It's a little early to get the valuation numbers from North Yarmouth. I checked in with Diane on that, and they still have this year's valuation number and don't have added growth for that number. But when we take into account the added growth in Cumberland, and we take into account the additional state subsidy and our budget, our mill rate would go up 65 cents or $65 per every 100,000 of value. So what that would mean is on a $300,000 home, the tax would go, our tax assessment would go up about $195. I mean, that's what that means. We were at $291 before we got the additional state subsidy, so we've brought that number down significantly with the application of that additional state subsidy.
And that's based on a 300.
What's that? 300,000.
You said 300,000.
Yeah, so it would be on 300,000.
Okay.
Correct. So our previous mill rate was about 97 cents or $97 for every 100,000. And we had actually worked that down quite a significant way from where we started through the Finance Committee, and we were previously at 4.6%. And that was a lot of work bringing it down to 4.6. So that extra state subsidy really allowed us to bring our tax impact to the two communities down to about, or to at least to Cumberland, to about 3%. So 3% growth versus where we were previously in the start of this budget. Okay, in the mill rate. All right, so I'll just set that one aside unless anybody has any further questions.
Scott, I do, sorry. I'm already tired, which is a bad way to start the beginning of reviewing budgets, but I didn't follow. So the line item starting with, like with the header, required local 6.97,
Yes.
additional local, are those still underneath the columns at the top of the page for
No,
2020?
they're
Okay.
totally separate.
Okay.
That's a totally separate run down below.
All right, so after, I can understand the net assessment
Mhm.
of expenditures exceeding revenue. Could you just say one more time what that next section
Yes.
represents?
So if we look at, you have to look down below at the state valuation and the average for 3 years, okay? That determines the proportion or percentage of what each community would pay based on its state equalized property valuation. Okay, and that's an average of 3 years. So Cumberland would pay 71.64%. North Yarmouth would pay 28.36%. And again, that has nothing to do with the number of students. It's based on the valuation. So North Yarmouth has a lower valuation, Cumberland has a higher valuation.
The collective valuation of the homes?
Collective valuation of property, correct. So when you take that, you break it down, you can see the required local share, 6.97, okay, that's a mill rate. And that's the mill rate in which you have to raise. You can see Cumberland would be 10,511,000. Okay, that's the mill rate, 6.97, that you have to raise in order to get the share of state subsidy that you're entitled to. So that's where you're cost sharing with the state. So I'll just use Cumberland as the example, okay? So you're cost sharing with the state of Maine at that point, not between the two communities. Does that make sense?
Yes, is that the 14.672 million, is that meant to roughly tie to the 14.794 at the top?
No.
Okay. No.
They're separate numbers.
Separate numbers, okay.
Yep. So so then that's the addition or the required local where you're cost sharing with the state. I mean, we could spend all night on this formula. It's a very complicated state formula, but just so you know, I tried to boil it down into what would look is kind of a simplistic approach to it. And so then if everybody understands what that required local means, it's not the share between, it's not what North Yarmouth pays, it's not what Cumberland pays, it's what you're cost sharing with the state of Maine and what you're receiving in state subsidy for that cost sharing. So that's where you're basically working with the state of Maine, okay, on what you have to raise. And it's called the required local share. The second piece of that is if you look at so we had 14,672,000 that has to be raised, right? That's the total of the two communities. Go over further on the additional local. So in addition to what we receive in state subsidy, would be raising 17,575,000 more. That's the number that's based on your 71.64% for Cumberland, okay? Which determines, if you look at that column again, 12,591,000. Right? So the additional local is the only piece that's divided between the two communities based on property valuation and our cost sharing formula between the two communities. There's no student population in that. No other factors in that other than just property valuation. Okay. So then you go over to the next line and you get the total of the assessment to the two communities, 32,248,000. That's the required local plus the additional local equals the net assessment to the two communities, or what we need to support the budget. Okay? That's all the revenues, less that assessment. So then we go over further, and you can see the previous year was $30,701,000. The difference between those two is $1,546,000. In Cumberland, it's $1,252,000, which is 65 cents on the mill rate, or about 3%. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, good. Is that all set now?
Is there any change to North Yarmouth's mill rate or no?
I don't have the change to that yet because I don't know what the new property valuation is. So each year, each town has additional growth, and that growth gets applied to whatever we turn in our assessment to the communities. So for instance, if if there was housing developments that were put in, those are the types of things that would throw off new property value. Okay, so we'll set that one aside. All right, so as you know, our budget is divided, if you look at page 1 on the 11 cost center summary that I gave you. Our budget's divided into 11 cost centers, and Jeff in his presentation already went through what's in those cost centers, so I won't spend much time on that. But if you can see, our budget is at 7.4%, but the tax impact is 3% based on the items that I talked about previously. For Cumberland right now. So if we go to page 1 of the working budget. I'll go through and just hit the highlights of major increases and decreases. And this, for each line item of the budget, I'll stop at the bottom of the page and just ask if anybody has any other questions. Many of them have been talked about in Jeff's presentation, but just how they lay out into this. You'll also see kind of a flow as we go through this. So you'll see, we'll go through Mabel I. Wilson School, and it's sorted in a certain way, right? Instruction, special education, then it goes, you keep going all the way through, you end up with, office of the principal, and then you end up on, facilities and those, all within that particular school. And you'll see as we go then to Greeley Middle School 4-5, those numbers are there. Greeley Middle School 6-8, those numbers are another one. Then the high school, cost center 30 will be another. Then we get into all the other district-wide areas of the budget. So just to start on this page and just get us rolling in terms of what the increases are. If you
Can I
look,
ask just a quick
Yeah, go
general
ahead.
question, especially in light of the earlier conversation? How is the outstanding union contract accounted for as part of the budget, and where?
Yep.
In which of these sections is it spread?
It's counted under regular instruction.
Okay, it's under regular
and
instruction.
office and for secretaries and office of the principal, okay, or school administration.
Thank you.
Yep. So if we start on line 1, if you look out to the left-hand column, the lines are numbered, and that's what I'll reference on this as we go through it. Line 1, teacher salaries. You'll see that is up $505,981. Does that make sense? There's a column out to the right-hand side, right in between the percentage increase and that. The increase there, first off, let me just make sure everybody's following that. Does everybody see that? Okay, all right. So that number is based on a .2 allied arts position for Mabel I. Wilson School. There's a full-time teacher due to enrollment. There's a full-time teacher, which is an MTSS coordinator. There's one developmental specialist that's in there as well. So those are the pieces along with contractual obligations that we have. So that's where we're at on that line. And I was just going to go through the page, and then if people had questions, we could come back to them.
So that line reflects primarily everything that's on slide 11 on just FY24 budget. If you wanted to pull that up and kind of follow it along to see how it falls into those different line items, it's helpful for me.
No, it's a good point.
Spreadsheet.
Yeah, where Scott's going to highlight what increases we have is what we approved from the trickle-down effect of administrators having requests, and then the finance committee meeting, and then trickling it down to Jeff's presentation and how it correlates to these 11 cost centers. overall, and this will just, it will help you kind of visualize what positions we've approved and what areas and where the increase is here.
Yeah, so we're in regular instruction right now at Mabel I. Wilson School. So this is everything that's, you know, regular instruction, classroom related. Line 2 would be the instructional assistant line, and that's up a little over 64, almost 65,000. And that includes budget to actual for positions that exist, and also lunch and recess aids, which were unbudgeted that we had to put in at this point. Also pool aids, and that would be what's in that line. Okay. Line 3, which is the substitute salary line, has an increase of about $26,000, almost $27,000. That's where we put the permanent substitutes that we've added to the budget. If you remember, that was one of the things we talked about at finance and we talked about at the board meeting. And you'll see these patterns repeat themselves as we go through the other schools. Really, anything else there in relation to benefits is really tied to the salary numbers above, so I won't spend a lot of time on those. Further down the page on line 25, you'll see that that line is up about $9,100, and this is the MIW share of the new 0.5 resource officer that we put in the budget. So if you remember from finance and Jeff's presentation, we put in a 0.5 resource officer. The majority of that is the share for Mabel I. Wilson School for that cost. All right, so that's page 1. Does anybody have any questions on anything we covered there? And you'll see this pattern kind of repeat itself. Okay, let's go to page 2. All right.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Vanessa.
So science of reading materials would fall in on line 28 or 29.
Yeah, you're ahead of me. I'm on page
Oops.
2. Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
You know me. I like that.
I'm trying to get, we'll get through it, okay?
Sorry.
So before you move on, Scott, based on that slide 11 and what we've talked about, $290,000 of this increase is for new positions, and the rest of the increase for instruction is contractual raises. Is there anything else between that $290,000 and the teacher salary?
Yeah, what's the what are you referring to on the 290, just so I'm tied in with you?
So slide 11.
Yep.
It's basically everything except science of reading. Right.
Yeah.
So, and I know we're not in all of those positions. I'm just, looking at the 505,000 increase for teacher salaries. Clearly that reflects
you'll see a lot of that.
Contractual raises.
Well, there's a lot of the positions that are in there as well. You'll find them in special education as we go forward. So you'll see part of those increases here, but then you're also going to see increases in special education, which are tied to the other positions that were in that slide, okay?
Right. I'm just wondering how much of that, if you have any sense of how much of that are new positions versus contractual raises.
Well, we could add them up from the slide, right? Okay, and then take them out of the piece there. I think
that's
about
what I was kind of doing.
I think about what you said around the 290 is probably fairly accurate.
Okay, so the rest of it can safely be said that is contractual.
Would be contractual obligations.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, my presentation was really new priorities. Obviously, it was the entire budget, but I focused on anything that was new, new priority, was where I put most of my focus in the presentation, and then gave you the whole numbers. So everything else is, utilities and contractual obligations and all those things that open the doors of the school district.
Right.
Plus, since we last met, we've added additional permanent substitutes to the budget, which are going to throw those numbers off a little bit more. Okay. So.
And just so I'm clear, when we say new priorities, these aren't necessarily new things that we're introducing to the district. A lot of it's in response to the increase in enrollment. So the new priority is we need a new classroom teacher because we don't have enough teachers to fulfill the number of students we have in our district.
Very good point. We call them new priorities, strategic priorities, but they may just be responding to enrollment and other conditions that have come our way. But we do lump them under new priorities.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's
Good
just
point.
wanting to be clear that there's a
great point.
difference.
Okay. All right, line 2. Page 2. Okay. All right, so if you look at the top of the page and we're at line 28, This is where Vanessa's question came into play. So instructional supplies, okay? What you'd have there is that's just due to increasing enrollment, there's a higher expense, and there's more supplies that are needed in the district budget based on that, okay? And the additional staffing that are tied to the other piece. So it's all tied, most of the supplies are tied directly to enrollment. When we get to books, you'll see that's up by 25,000, and that has to do with decodables, and which are books that are focused more on skills in the classroom. I mean, student skills as opposed to the grade level, okay? That's just the bumper sticker on that one. Equipment, which is line 30, okay, that is made up, that additional 12,000 is made up mostly of new music risers, teachers' chairs, and a new laminator for the school. So then pre-K, which starts on line 31, that's all pretty self-evident. We go down to line 45. This is where we start in some of the special education area. Remember, this will all flow about the same as we go through each school. Special ed teacher salaries are up about $70,000. And this one here is just, this is related to, some of this was moved to, if you can kind of take a quick look, just kind of go to line 67 real quick. And you'll see that some of the salaries have been moved around. So while this one's higher, that one's lower. So you're going to find in special education, many of the educational technicians move from different buildings in different areas. So you're going to see highs, you're going to see lows in area that you'll look at and go, wow, that looks high or that looks really low. But at the end of the day, it nets out through the entire budget. And so that's the piece around that on teacher salaries, okay? Any questions on page 2? Okay, let's go to page 3. Highlighted on that would be down on line 67. And again, I just talked about that, you know, salaries go down as another line goes up. We also have on line 68, special ed instructional assistants are down by 157,000. Those mostly have been assigned to other areas of the budget based on student need. And also there's the new model in special education, which we used open positions to fund, okay? Line 70, that's down along with line 71, and those are just a factor of the reductions going down. So if you take line 70 all the way down through the page, you'll see many of those benefit lines have been reduced. That's due to the above staffing reductions. Okay, any questions on page 3? Okay.
Which we'll see an increase somewhere else.
Yeah, you'll start seeing increases and decreases in other areas. Plus, and it'll really come to light as we get through into some of the other positions in OT and speech. Okay, the next page, let's look at line 89 on page 4. So you'll see that's a gifted and talented teacher salaries. That has to do with a new hire, and so you can see that that is down about $7,000. So we have attrition. If we have a teacher that's higher on the scale, somebody comes in lower, there's attrition to that between budget years. Any other questions on page 4? Really highlight on that one?
That's total teachers in gifted and talented?
No, they'll show up again in other areas of the budget. This is just Mabel I. Wilson School.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so let's go on to page 5. We're still in Mabel I. Wilson. So if we look at the top of the page on line 100, we're in social worker line items, and you'll see that the social worker line is up by about 81,000. There's increases to the position that's there, but there are also, if you remember, we funded the new model, and that's one of the staff members in the new model. And all of the benefits that are affiliated with that from 101, line 101 down, are part of that. Line 107, which is guidance counselor salary. Okay, again, we had a change in FTEs there. Somebody's working less FTEs than they did in the previous year, so there's been an adjustment there. And then on line 116, the special ed psychological teacher salaries, you'll see that that's up about $18,000. That is due to, the majority of that is due to the shared psych intern, if you remember that on the up on the budget piece. So that's where they had shared $25,000 there and kind of spread across the district for the psych intern position. Any other questions on page 5?
That slide, if you're following along on the slide, slide 15.
Okay, so let's go to page 6. All right, on page 6, if we look at line 124, all the way down through, line 130, you'll see that line 24 is up $148,000. This is in, other special programs. And this is also in speech pathology. This is also part of the change in our model. So you're going to see other lines that are salary lines that are significantly lower, but then you're going to see other lines that are higher due to the change in the model in special education. Any other changes on, questions on 6? Yes.
I want to pause quickly. I know we're in negotiations still. I know there's a lot that we can't say or be said due to the legality of it. Have we put within here what our projected outcome would be?
Yes.
Or, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got a placeholder and an estimate in the budget for that.
Okay.
All right, any questions of page 6? Okay. All right, so page 7. I would just highlight number 141 in student audiology services. That's just replacement of existing equipment. In that area, it's for, hearing. All right. And that's all I really had to point out on page 7. If anybody doesn't have any other questions, we can go on to page 8. Okay. On page 8, line 160, see that line's up a little over $12,000, and that has to do with literacy and math, PD, and summer work at Mabel I. Wilson School. Okay. And that's all I had on page 8, unless anybody had any other questions.
Was that due to the COVID catch-up from the summer?
I don't know if it's due to COVID catch-up.
No, that's professional development, so that's helping our teachers with the science of literacy, with the letters program that a lot of teachers have been piloting, but we'll have other teachers using that. So that's this summer.
Okay.
So are those stipends?
Those are,
it's done at a contract, it's done at an hourly rate in the contract.
Okay.
And then the other stuff is done during the school year. And then there's some summer work that's part of that as well.
Additional pay.
Okay, any other questions of page 8? We can go on to page 9. Okay. So page 9. Really the only thing to point out on page 9 would be line 188. And if you look at there, the technology-related software is up about $7,000. And that has, due to increasing licenses, I believe, in Alexia and Seesaw, Jeff. I think those are where those are at, okay? And then also line 189. This is where you'll see that the technology lease purchase line or hardware line is down $54,000. So if you remember, this is our creative way of trying to, save on the mill rate this year for the citizens, and we're going to prepay those leases ahead of time. So any type of fund balance that we have at the end of this year, which is it's basically a tool that we use each year. If we have fund balance, we'll pay off leases. So rather than continue to pay those and pay interest on them, it makes perfect sense to prepay those so that they don't carry over into the next fiscal year. Now, what that allows us to do is to take the technology that we have in this year's, that we were going to finance next year, and finance it without additional cost to the budget. So, does that make sense? Okay, all right. It's one of the tools that we have available to us, and you'll notice that I bring to the board every once in a while what's called a reimbursement resolution, and it allows us to be able to hold on entering into those leases directly and waiting as we get further into the fiscal year to then do those leases based on what amount of money we have left at the end of the fiscal year. So if we don't have to enter into those, we won't. And if we have had to, we try to pay them off. Okay, so that's page 9. Any other questions of page 9? Okay, let's go to page 10. Okay, this is school administration or office of the principal. So line 190, we have new administration at Mabel I. Wilson School, so you'll see that salary number is down more than, or it's up less than it normally would be there, okay? Because of less experience and so forth, it was reduced there. And then 191, which is the secretary salary, you'll see that's up almost $13,000, and some of that has to do with more hours and the staff there. The rest of the benefits that are listed really are related to the two positions. I mean, those two cost center areas. And then when we get all the way down to line 210 in miscellaneous, that has to do with, that's an area where we're going to be able to reduce some cost, because that number was based on having 3 administrators at Mabel I. Wilson School, which we were originally talking about. We're only going to have 2. So we won't need to have those additional fees built into miscellaneous for things like belonging to the MPA, et cetera. So that'll be a reduction as we go forward. So this budget will go through another reiteration where we reduce those fees.
So when you say we were going to have 3 administrators and now we have 2?
One of the initial proposals that came out at the very beginning of this was 3 administrators at Mabel I. Wilson School as opposed to 2.
This was way back in.
Way back.
This is back with the Finance Committee. Talked about that as a possibility. We brought it forward as a possibility, a part-time administrator, a 3rd administrator, based on the number of students at Mabel I. Wilson School next year, and just been increasing for years, but decided not to go forward with that.
Yeah, it was based on
one of those
having
yellow
students in
bars, right? The
It
green,
was.
yellow,
It
and
was
red.
in the yellow, we had, yes, tiered it as a yellow.
And
as
tiered
a
'em up.
Maybe.
So this is an error in this one, and we'll fix that error as we go forward, okay? And the budget is a working budget right now. There'll be a lot of changes and reiterations until we get to the end of the line on this. All right, any questions on page 10? All right, page 11. So this is where we get into operations of the building. So starting at 211 all the way down to 216, you'll see those are budget to actual increases based on utilities. And utility costs. Anybody who knows, utilities have gone up significantly, right? So we just need to budget to actual on those.
Did you budget in for the portables?
Yes.
In that?
Yeah, the modulars are in that as well.
Okay.
Yes.
I was like, oh shit.
So that's why the insurance went up. And
The insurance is just, that's part of it, but property and liability insurance in general went up. There are a lot of frozen pipes that broke. There were a lot of things that were part of the pool for the pool that we belong to, so liability insurance went up in general.
Okay.
So, but yes, there is additional insurance built into that to cover the modular.
I know we haven't gotten, Scott, yet to the phone system, but what is the 35% increase in telephones if we're potentially putting in a new phone system?
Yeah, that's just the phone bills. That's the actual phone bills. Okay, it's not, doesn't have anything to do with replacing the phone system as part of our capital plan. So again, that's budget to actual.
So
based on the
we're
usage.
expecting the phone bill to go up that much?
The phone bill has already gone up. If you look at the previous year, 21-22, we were just almost about 12,000. We only budgeted 8,800 in fiscal year 22-23. So we need to get back close to that number, or at that number that was from 21-22, because I know that's going to be an actual number.
Okay. And is that number affected at all by a new phone system, or that's just how much it costs to use phones? Okay.
Using the phone. Possibly, I don't know. It could be if we're going voice over internet. I don't know. I'd have to look further into that, but we could take a look at what that cost might look like.
And, and as we've discussed in the Finance Committee, this year is going back 2 prior years, they had like a 0 increase budget. Last year was a very low increase budget, and now we're feeling the impact of all those increases. As you can see, what the actual was, what they adopted last year, and then what the actual came in. So unfortunately, we're playing catch up.
Yeah.
And that's
So in general, for a large building with that many students in it and staff, it's gone up about $3,000. So when we talk about the percentage, it's $3,000, which is, on that particular school.
Which if we weren't playing catch up, we could do other things, but.
Yep, okay. And then if you go down to line 217, which is bottled gas, okay, you'll see that the 3,500 for that line was omitted in the column under 23-24. I need to put $2,000 back into that line So that'll be a budget adjustment and an increase, which is an error. The bottled gas, we're on natural gas for the schools, but the bottled gas is used in the kitchens. Okay, so the kitchen equipment doesn't run off the natural gas. It runs off propane. So that was something that was just omitted as we were putting the budget together.
Lines 215, 216, natural gas and electricity, are
Yes.
these budget to actual also?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, that's what we've done is taken several months of this year when the electricity and the other lines went up and tried to project out what we thought that would look like based on the usage.
Scott, I think you just said this a minute ago, but so we don't have it on here, but for example, for natural gas for last year, we had budgeted 87,000. And you're saying that we're actually running well ahead of that, so we're running closer to what you've budgeted now for 2023 to 2024.
We're running closer to that, plus I have to include the new 12-room cluster modular that's part of that number as well, that increase. So,
okay, and that's in there.
and that's in that number, yes, correct. Okay. All right, and then if we look at line 218, and we see salaries custodial, and we see an increase there of about 88,000. That has to do with the new position in custodial. We added 1 FTE in the budget. It also has to do with the relocation from another building of another custodian. And then there's with the custodians, there was a salary increase, and then there was an additional $2 an hour for shift differential, okay, for work in the evenings, okay. The benefits that follow that further down are all related to that number above, that approximately $88,000, so.
Scott, where do we see any differences if there was open positions that were budgeted for that we were unable to fill?
That would be in the expenditure report that we'd have to look at. It wouldn't show up in your budget because we're still expecting to fill those positions. So they're gonna just, those unfilled positions carry from one year into the next year because we would expect to fill those.
Okay.
So for instance, custodians, for instance, right?
Well,
Okay, so they're, you know, it's those positions that we have that are still open, and actually we're filling those now. We actually just hired 2 new custodians in the district, so.
Awesome.
Yeah, and attracted several more, so. Okay, so that would be page 11. If anybody has no other questions, we'll finish, okay? So if we continue through that, that is the end of Mabel I. Wilson School, okay? So you're gonna see the same type of format as we go further through this for the next one that starts on page 12, which is Greeley Middle School 4-5. And you'll see the same pattern of what we've almost talked about at this point, just, you know, as we go through it.
I'm so sorry, quick question. It says Mabel A. Wilson, the total for K-3, and I know that pre-K, there were salaries, but does this actually include pre-K?
That's pre-K through 3. That's
Pre-K
just an
through
error
3,
in this
okay.
report. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure there wasn't a
Yeah, it's
separate.
pre-K through 3, because
Okay.
pre-K is included in the previous piece, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for picking that up. We'll make that little typo. All right, good. Okay, so on page 12, we're now at Greeley Middle School 4-5. Teacher salaries on line 228 are up about 197,000. Of that you have a .5 behavior teacher, which is being, which there's a full-time position which is being shared between the middle school 6-8 and 4-5, and that position is divided in half. So you'll have .5 of it in this line, and you'll see .5 of it, or half of it when we get to 6-8 in the teacher line. So if we take a look.
And we're now on slide 12.
Yep. Slide 12, following the slides, so, yeah, very good, yeah.
I can't believe you can remember what's on the slot positions. Honestly.
Been doing this a long time.
I know.
So, and then the other thing on that is a 1 FTE new teacher, okay? And that's due to enrollment, right? Okay. If we go down to line 230, excuse me, yes, 230, you'll see the substitute line is up 26,700. That's the addition, again, of those permanent substitutes. Now, we haven't added all of the permanent substitutes in the budget because we don't have daily subs, right? So we're using permanent subs, and what we would have paid for daily subs every day, right? The ones you get on
Right.
the phone, or
Do we have the potential of what we're going to discuss afterwards in that?
So those are rolled in.
Already.
They're already in here.
You were
I
able to
rolled them
roll
in
it
already.
already.
I rolled in
Okay.
the subs,
Yeah,
yeah.
if the
From this
board
morning?
doesn't agree, then we would adjust.
Then I just adjusted.
We would
Okay.
adjust.
Yeah.
But that increase that you got this morning,
That's part of this.
That's part-
Yeah,
okay.
that's all part of this, because you and I had talked this morning
Yeah.
about those increases, and they're in here. And then, but of that, money that's there for the substitutes, it doesn't assume a tremendous amount of money for daily subs. What it does assume is the number of permanent subs that we're filling in the district, because those seem to be working out better for us at the moment, okay? Even though we still want daily subs to apply
Yeah.
and still work here, the permanent subs are there, and the availability to just assign them as needed seems to be working out well in the buildings.
and that gives us a total of
14.
14.
Just to make sure, yes.
Yeah, 14.
Does this take the pressure off of ed techs for having to fill in subbing roles if we're moving to a different model for substitutes?
Yeah, I don't know if it'll ever take the full pressure off using educational technicians
Mm-hmm.
for substituting. We've been doing that for a long time, but hopefully the more substitutes we get, the less we may have to use ed techs for that.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just
But I'm
trying to
not seeing
connect
it-
some of the
I'm not seeing
points
it-
made
I'm not seeing
earlier.
it do an incredible amount right now, but I think that every time we can have more substitutes, it does help.
Let me say it this way, if we didn't have permanent substitutes in our district, with the lack of daily subs, ed techs would be covering classrooms a lot more.
A lot more.
So this
Yeah.
was an
Okay.
effort that we made to try to find substitutes that would commit to us.
So they
in order to do
commit through
this.
the year.
Okay, great.
So many days, or is
Yeah,
it
they
minimum
commit to 4 days,
4 days.
4 or 5 days a week.
So they show up and say, I'm here to substitute, and they'll send them wherever within the school.
They're assigned to a building.
And so they get a higher rate of pay than the daily subs do, because they've committed to us for basically a
Okay.
week's
Yeah.
worth of work.
Okay.
So it eliminates the call list of
Great.
daily subs, which hopefully eliminates the pressure, the trickle-down effect.
And they become familiar with our classrooms, our students, our other staff. They're just more familiar, and the administration knows them and knows, it helps a lot.
Who's responsible for those call lists? Is that
What we have is we have a frontline system.
What did you
where
say?
people go in.
Automated.
Automated.
A frontline system where people can, put the information in, or if they do notify the school, the secretaries have the ability, I believe, to put those in as well at the
Okay.
schools, so.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we can never have enough substitutes as much as we try, and the labor market certainly hasn't helped us with that.
But this could also support the secretaries and more consistent.
I'm not sure how much it supports the secretaries. They do a
Okay.
incredible amount of
They're
covering
still-
and trying
they're
to
still
figure stuff
having to
out,
do a
so,
lot,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
they
it
still have to
it
do a
does
lot,
help on
yeah.
the back end, because you have to have somebody doing it if you don't have.
Let's
a
run the list, see who's
program.
out, and see what coverage they need to
Okay.
cover in the school. Okay, so we can just continue down to line 248, and you'll see there's a $10,000 increase in purchase services, and that right there is covering, I mentioned like at MIW, that was covering part of the resource officer. Again, the majority of that 10,000 is covering the cost of the additional piece for for 4-5. I've basically broken it out across the 3 cost centers. All right, and then line 251, instructional supplies for Mabel I. Wilson School. That's really mostly due to new staff and enrollment, right? I mean, we have a number of new staff in here, and the cost of items. I checked with Carol MacArthur today, just looking at that, and most of it does have to do with enrollment related and just the cost in classroom setup, so. Line 253, in equipment. You'll see that number's gone down. That's because we took the cost of desks that we would normally budget in 4-5 out. There's normally about $11,000 that's budgeted in there to cover a desk, and we figured that we could hold off for a year because we didn't bring the modular on this year at Greeley Middle School, so there was no need to keep that fund in for right now, and we'll look at replacing additional furniture when we bring the new modular in over there, the large cluster for
Year
that building.
2.
In year 2, yeah, it won't be next year, it'll be the year after. So that's really what most of that is. So, any other questions for page 12? Okay, so you can see it's kind of flowing the same as, the previous school, and you'll see that as we go through. Okay, page 13, we get into special education, regular classroom placement, and line 255, you'll see a reduction of about $64,000 in the ed tech line. And again, that's because of our new model in in special education and some transfers to other areas. All of the benefits that are affiliated down through those lines following that are related to those positions. Resource class placement, there's no real changes there, so that would pretty much take care of page 13 unless anybody has any other questions. Okay, let's flow through that. Let's go to page 14. The top of the page, 278. The health insurance, that was related to the staff changes that we just talked about on the previous page. So reduction in the staff there means reduction in the health insurance and benefit line. 285 and 286, teacher tuition and instructional assistant tuition. That's a budget to actual. We haven't had anything expended out of there in a couple of years, so I just brought that back down to 0 as we were trying to move areas of the budget around. Line 295, that's a private tuition line, and that would be a hold or for a possible placement that we may experience, so at this time. Okay, so that's out of district placement. And then very bottom, 298, gifted and talented is down almost $7,000, and that's due to a staff change. Any other questions on page 14? Or
Scott, that number looks very similar for the gifted and talented for Mabel I. Wilson. Is that like half a person for each school, or is it
No, I think that's a person.
It's a person, okay. And then, can you remind me, and I'm sorry, again, I'm not firing on all cylinders, but on the, back on 2100, when we talked about the, on page 13.
Which line are you on?
255, for example.
Okay.
When we talk about the new model, that's basically taking some of the instruction in the form of more full-time teachers that's showing up in a different area?
So there's been a model that Julie Olson has been working on for about 3 years.
Yep.
Actually, I think 3 to 5 was the conversation around that. And this year, we've started to implement that model. And so you'll see reductions in salaries, which are funding that model in the new staff. And you remember up on Jeff's slide, he showed the differential to the reduction in staff and the increased cost of adding the additional staff.
So are some of the increases showing up in, like on page 12, for example, or in a different category?
Scott went through a couple of them already, and as you'll see us go through them. I can't remember if you look back at Mabel I. Wilson School, there was a couple that were already
reductions, and the educational technicians, they're reassigned all over the district. Okay, so they're going to be up and down everywhere, and so tying out each one of those gets difficult unless I run a report and I just look at them and I go, okay, people are in different areas. Here's the number that we're supposed to have. Here's the number we had last year, and but yes, there is a reduction in those educational technician lines. There are helping to fund the new model that we moved towards, which was something that we've been looking at for about 3 to 5 years.
Yeah, like if you look at page 6, line 124, that would be an example of a position that was added for the new model, a professional position, just to give you an example. So you'll see that line's up, and then others are down. So that's how we made that work.
And you'll start seeing this as we start looking further. You start looking at the OT lines, you start looking at the speech lines, you'll start seeing those positions becoming broader as we go through the budget.
Okay.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
That'll help. Okay, so let's see. All right. So I'll move to page 15. Okay, and this is where you see on line 310, this is where you start seeing the new positions, okay? And you really start seeing some change. So under the social worker salaries, this is one of the changes in the educational model, okay, that we've talked about with the board, and we worked through that.
So the board approved it. This isn't
something
already
new.
happened.
This has already happened.
Like this doesn't,
This is
we're
budget to
already paying
actual.
for it. We've already hired these people.
Correct.
Right.
So it's not, I just want everyone understands that this isn't something that we went through in the finance committee and said, oh, this is a priority.
They're currently in our budget.
They're currently in our budget. We're currently paying these people.
We have 10 people in
And I
these
believe
positions.
Julie talked about it to the board.
She did.
And
during
Yeah,
her update.
remember in the beginning of this year, she talked about this to the board.
And then we also had the slide which showed the differential.
Right.
as well.
Right, so this parallels the slide under district services, which is slide
Yep. 15.
15. And you'll see the 10 FTE special education FLS and behavior specialists. So as Scott's showing you, like that example is part of that amount on slide 15.
So when we say we're already paying for it, like I understand we approved
yeah.
that position. So what we budgeted, the adopted budget of 66,000 from last year, so we're actually spending more than that.
Correct.
And is some of that included in the 151, or is 151 now like our new baseline? I'm just, is it?
151 is your new baseline.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because you now, because we had budgeted, this isn't your actual in the current
Right.
year, right? I'd have to go through and encumber all of those for you and say, here's, you know, where you're at.
Okay.
But this is the budget to actual.
So we had to find somewhere else to pay
Yeah,
for that.
we've had a contingency account.
Right, and
Okay,
so it's
which,
not-
which we fund that we look to take these out of. And with open positions throughout the entire district this year, we probably won't have to use our contingency account. We'll probably just be using the general fund money in order to fund these, but they become an actual.
Okay, so 151 is our new baseline for,
Correct.
But you'll see a decrease in other accounts as we've shown as well to account for some of that.
perfect, thank you.
Okay, so that's page 15. Any other questions or, okay, let's move on to 16. So if we take a look at line 326, this is again the share of that, the doctoral psych intern that we talked about, that's broken out across the cost centers. And I didn't have anything else on page 16. That's really all I wanted to point out on 16. Okay. All right, page 17. Again, line 340. So special ed OT salaries. So again, this is another one of the positions that's in the new model. However, it's shared between the 4 schools. So I've got it broken out against all 4 schools in the OT line. Okay. So again, you'll see the other 25% of that in another building, another 25% in the other building. Okay. Any other questions on line 17? On page 17, excuse me.
So the OT is trained for kindergarten through 12th graders? They don't specialize in one age group?
No, they get a state, their certification allows, or licensure allows them to work all the way through, like a PT.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so.
Correct. Okay.
What's that?
The percentage of other specialties.
Yeah, it's.
I asked my math genius who can do math in his head quicker
This
than
was,
anyone I know.
Yeah, that's,
Just,
as you can see, there's no percentages
Yeah.
in the column
Yeah, I
here
was
either. We'll
like,
correct that, okay?
I can do math
At the
pretty
end of the
good.
day, those percentages will add up.
I
properly,
know,
okay?
I know.
All right. Again, working budget, another typo.
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so nothing else on 17. Let's go to page 18. And if you look at page 18, line 357, teacher salaries, this is our extended year of services, or what people would refer to as Camp Friendship, okay, for extended year services in the district. And what we've done there is taken a look at with some of the hiring of the staff that we've done in the new model. I'm assuming we'll probably have some additional cost in that extended year service at this level, okay? So that would be more of a budget to actual number of what I would anticipate. And I had nothing else on page 18 unless anybody else has some questions. Okay. All right. Let's go to page 19. Line 373 under library media services. Okay, you'll see there's some additional books there, and that's just, you'll find in 4.5 and 6.8. It's really split between the two of them. There's about another $2,000 there, but it's split between those two grade level, or those two grade configurations, because they're both in the same building and utilize the same library. So that's just an increase in circulation books. Pre-COVID, I think they reduced the number of books in there, and I think when I spoke with Carol, they reduced them. So this is trying to bring them back up to the number where they were pre-COVID.
And some books may have disappeared over
Oh, who knows? Yeah, it's keeping the circulation.
Not speaking from.
I don't know about the disappearing, but the disappearing part. But yes, but it's trying to get back to the levels that we had and expended. So.
Well, some of it is books have become more expensive.
Yeah, as well.
So.
Okay, line 382, technology repairs and maintenance, and that's a budget to actual number in that area. So that's 19, unless anybody has any other questions. Okay.
What is in the 382?
382 would be anything that's repairs to Chromebooks, MacBooks, some minor repairs in the building if they have to put up new access points. I mean, anything like that that would be, you know, maintenance items or repairs to a screen in a laptop, right? Things of that nature.
And do those go to a third party?
I think Pete Rohde in our district repairs much of everything. He's quite a talented individual and came to us with the MLTI program, and he repairs a lot.
Occasionally it will go out if it needs to, but most
not
of the time
as much.
it's
Most
parts.
we're fixing stuff in-house.
Yeah. He does a lot of fixing in-house.
We keep a lot of them. They're up in the attic of the middle school, and they're kind of stacked up, and
For
they run
parts.
parts from one to the other, and just keep as much going as they can. So,
but
How
we
many
do
do we
occasionally.
maintain?
What's that?
How many Chromebooks do we maintain?
Oh my goodness.
Well, we now have every grade level all the
Grade
way
level,
through 8th grade.
It's a
We
lot of
now
them.
maintain either a Chromebook or iPad.
Yeah. The time we do go to another party is when we have to dispose of electronic waste. Okay, that's when it's a third party most of the time. Okay. All right. I don't have anything else on page 19 unless anybody else would like to ask anything. Okay. All right. So let's go to page 20. Again, line 384. We're still in technology, and you'll see that the technology-related software is up $3,500, and that has to do with just rising subscription cost. Remember, a lot of things were free at one point, and then you have to start paying for them, okay, after you like using them, okay? 385, technology-related hardware. It's the same thing that I explained in the, in the previous Mabel I. Wilson School. We're going to pay off the lease purchase early, which allows us not to have to increase the budget in the next year. And then we just continue through with, we've got some custodial supplies for, no custodials, that was eliminated there. It's all in 6-8 for custodial supplies. So there's nothing else on page 21, and that completes Greeley Middle School 4-5. Okay. All right, if we're all set on that, I'll move on to the middle school 6-8. So we'll start on page 22, and we start with line 408, teacher salaries. You'll see that's up by about 108,000, almost a little over 108,000, and that has to do with, again, the .5 shared behavior teacher, shared between 4-5 and 6-8. It's a full-time, but it's split between the two. And then also we had some reduction there, budget to actual, based on staff transition. So that's why that number of 3.4 is not any higher, because there was some staff attrition. Line 410, substitute salary, again, that's up 53,000, a little over 53,000. That has to do with the permanent subs again, and the allocation of permanent subs. Line 412, teacher health insurance, again, that's down, and that has to do just with staff changes and also attrition of staff. So it's down by $47,000. Line 429, which is purchase professional services, is up 9,900, and that has to do again with the share of the resource officer, the half-time resource officer, which is broken out across the 4 schools. So you're seeing a pattern at this point of how things kind of flow through from school to school. Line 433, which is books, is up 55,680, and that has to do with the new math curriculum, Jeff, correct?
Oh, those are licenses, so.
Licenses for math.
This would be, yeah, if we put them under here, it's licenses.
Okay. Yep.
And that would be good for 6 years, right? Is that
It's supposed to be good for 6 years.
Yeah, and I'll just double check that, but I believe that's what that is.
Did they land on which one yet?
No, not yet. It'll
No.
be probably a week from now.
But there's some reduction, some increase, and that's the net out between all of that. And I'll just double check that number and just make sure, and we'll just make sure it's in the right account number too. You know,
Yeah,
that's where
that
we need
might
it. A lot of times
to look.
books, periodicals, some subscriptions appear in a book line, right? Because some things are electronic rather than just a handheld book these days.
So if it's licenses, are you gonna pay for
Then
it?
I'll probably move it to technology at that point.
Well, would you be paying for the licenses ahead, like you mentioned for the others?
No, that was more the hardware. The licenses I did not prepay, but I just prepaid some of the lease purchases on hardware, which would be machines, right? So, but let me just double check those numbers again and make sure I'm correct on that. So I'll put a little note on that. Okay. All right, so that's page 22. Unless anybody has any other questions, we can move on to page 23. Okay, regular classroom, on line 436, regular classroom placement, we're in special education. And you'll see that the number is up about $72,000. And some of that, you'll note, has been moved down to line 450, or has come from line 456. So there's just a shift between those two lines slightly, okay? They aren't gonna net out perfectly because of difference in staff in both those lines, but you can see there's a corresponding reduction. On the instructional assistants, on line 437, it's down $45,000. But you'll also see if you go down to line 457, there's a substantial increase in educational technicians, right? So you'll see is there's been decreases in other areas of the budget, there's increases in areas of the budget, kind of following the students as they go through. And that's the ed tech assignments that are done. So that's page 23. Unless anybody has any other questions, we'll move on to 24. Okay. So page 24, again, line 477, that's the out-of-district private tuition line. And that's, as we talked before, that's outside placement and programming. And that's really all I have to show on page 24.
I have just a clarity question.
Mm-hmm.
That's actual?
This will be actual.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Actually, Jeff questioned us on that one earlier today.
Yeah, you mean an actual student? Yes.
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 Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he questioned those earlier today. Okay, that's really page 24. Unless anybody has any other questions, we can go on to page 25. Okay. So if we go to line 486, you're now in or in co-curricular activities. And this would be on stipends, and we have adjusted like 10% there. And that number is due to possible adjustments as we're going through our stipend review. I may have some possible adjustments that have to happen in those stipends, okay?
And what is an activity stipend cover?
There's activity stipends throughout the district for clubs, for things that happen
Okay.
after hours, those types of things.
Okay, thank you.
So then we get into, let's see, yeah, so it could be drama club. It could be something that happens after
So
hours. I have a
those
list
in-
of all the clubs and there's a number of staff that get compensated to do those things outside the day.
You'll see those at 6, 8, and 9, 12.
Yep.
And that's paying for their time, not necessarily materials associated with that activity.
It's the time, there's a negotiated stipend rate in the teacher contract.
Okay.
That's an hourly rate for stipends. Sometimes the hours have to be adjusted, which result in an increased cost or a decreased cost, but they usually go up, they don't usually go down. And then on line 491, we get into game administration or athletics at Greeley Middle School. And you'll see that that's the game administration salaries, which are your referees and stuff, okay? So you'll see that that one's also up by 10%, and that's because there is now increased fees for the referees at the games that got negotiated. So quite a few referees who didn't like what they were receiving, so they reached a new agreement with the MPA, okay? And then 492 is athletic stipends. And that's just budget to actual on athletic stipends at the middle school. Any other questions on 25? I didn't have anything else to share there unless anybody had any other questions. Okay. Let's go on to 26. So now we're in, on line 503, we're under social worker salaries. And you'll see again, here's one of the positions that was added as part of the new model in special education. And that's what you're seeing there, okay, for the social worker position. If we continue down to line 517, there's $1,500 there. And in purchase professional services, and what that's for is school climate work in the building. So you also find that the high school also has working on school climate with students, and there's activities and things that they do around school climate. So that's page 26. Any other questions there, or we'll continue on? Okay, page 27. Line 520, we're now in psychological services, and again, that $9,000 increase is mostly made up of the share of the doctoral psych intern that we have that's split out between the 4 buildings. Line 528, which is special ed teacher salaries, again, increase of $87,000, and that has to do with the change in the special ed model that we've already talked about. And line 535, with the special ed OT, 21,000, almost 22,000. If you remember, we've broken one OT out over 4 schools, so that's about 25% of that OT salary in there that's making that increase. So that's page 27. Unless there's any other questions, we can continue on. Okay, page 28, I don't have anything there to bring to your attention. That page is pretty benign. And on page 29, under extended year services again, that's the Camp Friendship piece that we do during the summer. And again, that really, I just made an adjustment between the ed tech salaries and the teacher salary line, because I would expect to be spending more in the teacher line than in the ed tech line this summer. And that would be more of a budget to actual as you're kind of looking at where we've been. And that's really all I have on page 29, unless anybody has any other questions. Okay, so let's go to page 30, and I didn't have anything on page 30 to bring to your attention. Again, it's library media and instruction-related technology just in the salary piece here. But as we go to page 31, we'll start seeing some of the same patterns as we saw on the previous pages. You'll see technology hardware on line 598 on page 31 is down almost $78,000, and that's again because we're paying off that lease purchase early. Okay. Any other questions on page 31? All right, so let's go
Sorry,
let me back up.
Line 600.
600, okay,
is
yes.
That down because?
Changes in staff.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's what I was assuming.
Yeah, that's
Thank
due
you.
to changes in staff in that building. Okay. And if anybody didn't follow that, 600, which is the secretarial line.
I'm just curious, in this, let's see, line 608.
608, got it.
Since last year, we did have, almost 10,000 that was adopted. Was any of that used, or is this a budget to actual change also?
We have one of our administrators who is reaching out to finish their doctorate, and so that's what would be part of that, because we're in principal and assistant principal salary area, the administration. So, and we have, like we pay for our teaching staff and for our educational technicians and our secretaries, that's tuition for that particular program.
Yeah, but just since we don't have any tuition budgeted for this year, is
that would have, that's a budget to actual.
Okay.
Okay, so, yeah, that would have been a budget to actual.
Okay.
Yep.
That's all, thanks.
Okay, so you'll see that we didn't, the line that's down below, we actually had some budgeted, or excuse me, we actually had, in that particular line, there was tuition reimbursement budgeted there, but it was in the wrong account line, so it's been moved up above. See the 9936? Draw a line diagonally up, and you'll see it's in the right account line now.
I see, thank you.
Okay. All right, any other questions on that page? Because I'll move us to We just talked about, we're going to page 32 now, which will start talking about operation and maintenance of plant. So again, we're doing budget to actual over the utilities for the building. And again, you know, we've got electricity, natural gas, bottled gas feeds the modulars, okay, over there. And there is some that's used for the kitchen as well. And then, of course, electricity is up, trying to make that a budget to actual along with the natural gas. And again, the telephone is going budget to actual, and property and liability insurance, that's going more to a budget to actual. And I'm actually, so everyone knows, I'm actually reviewing with Sue Walls in my office now all of the building and liability insurance lines, just making sure that we've captured the right number there. So, and see if we can find a reduction there. Or a duplication. So that's the water and sewer. And you'll also see the portable classroom lease line of 622. All right, we're prepaying the lease for those modulars there. We prepaid them last year. We're gonna prepay them again this year. Those are the 3 that are sitting out behind the middle school, so that we don't carry those costs into this particular year's budget, 23-24. And when we get into looking at the modulars again, we'll be talking about the 12-room cluster that'll be going behind there and taking out the 3 buildings, and that's a couple of years from now. So, okay, line 628, salaries custodial. Again, there's been some shifting over of staff between other areas to the middle school, and also, again, that's the budget or the negotiated increase. Plus, there's also a $2 shift differential that we have to take into account. And that actually, believe it or not, that shift differential really seems to be making a difference on attracting staff at this point for the custodians, second and third shift. So, that'll make a difference. And then 631, the retirement line, that really has to do with other negotiated agreement with the custodians as well. They had no retirement plan whatsoever. So we've looked to try and make a contribution to retirement for them.
Do bus drivers fall under custodial?
Some do during the day.
Some.
So we have, they're a bus driver, okay, and they drive 2.5 in the morning, 2.5 in the afternoon. And then to be able to attract and retain drivers, we give them custodial work during the daytime so that they actually become full-time employees.
Okay.
And several of those will actually work through the summer as well. So we have a number of them that'll actually work through the summer. So they could be working in facilities as maintenance, or they could be working as custodians. And so, yes, that would be one of the things we do.
Sorry, one other question. I realize I forgot to look on the other schools, but for what we're allotting for custodian clothing, because I know in the recent contract we also increased that amount. So I'm just wondering, is that captured here in the 1,800?
Yeah, when I took a look at what we're actually spending, I think that's pretty accurate.
Okay.
So yeah, when I looked at what we were actually spending and we looked at the newer amount, I think we're okay with that, Ann.
Okay.
Yeah. So, all right. Okay, so that's page 32. Let's flip to page 33. And again, I had nothing else to really talk about on page 33. You know, there's field trips, activity transportation, and athletic transportation that are really just costs. So, so if anybody doesn't have any other questions on that one, we can move to the high school.
Curious about the athletic transportation. I know there were several times when a bus driver wasn't available or a bus wasn't available. So you anticipate to spend the same? Do we feel like we're going to be able to fill those positions?
I'm anticipating we'll hopefully fill those positions. We've run several driving classes now.
Right.
And what we have going on now is we have a number of drivers in that class that really want to do trips.
Okay.
Okay. There's a couple that are interested in daytime and working during the day, but we have a number of people now that want to drive trips, okay, that are part of that class. So I think that's going to be helpful.
So would that be an example, like when a bus wasn't available for the track team to go over to Twin Brook or, you know, whatever, does that become a cost savings?
There would be less expended, correct, okay, because we didn't run run that day. But we're pretty good about meeting most of the needs. It's becoming less rare that we can't make the accommodations to make those trips, okay?
And plus, you guys have such a good relationship with other towns. You can pivot
At
pretty
times we
quickly.
pivot, and so
Borrow
they might
from
drive for us
Falmouth.
one day, we may drive for them, you know, there's a lot of sharing that goes along with that. But I would expect that that will get better, and I think our service around those has gotten better. And I know David Shapiro and Phil Blake and, you know, Rachel in our bus garage, Rachel Swedenson, they all work pretty closely together.
We had some coaches who also took the last class too, right?
Yeah.
So that also
Yeah.
solved
Yeah.
part of it.
Yeah, they did, yeah. That's great. Thanks for reminding that, Ann, because that's so true.
You just might see me.
Yeah, and actually, the coaches on the days that we haven't had drivers for the mornings and the afternoons, those coaches have been willing to drive too and help us out in tight spots, so. So all of this kind of comes full circle on what we've been doing and our creativity around coverage in those areas. Okay, so I will go to the high school now, which starts on page 34. So we're at Greeley High School, and if we start on line 641 on teacher salaries, which are up about 223,000, what's accounted in there is a .4 math teacher. There's also some summer work in that, about 25,000 worth of summer work, which is on those stipend amounts. On that negotiated rate. So that's really that. Then there's also, you know, it also depends on how many teachers make a step in a given year on what that salary increase number will look like. A step is like, after 3 years, you're getting your cost of living, but then after 3 years, you know, depending on whose contract it is, you also make another move on the salary scale and get more money because you, you know, hit what they consider like a longevity raise, right? And in addition to that is teachers make lateral movements across the scale columns and get higher levels of credits and degrees. There's also more money that's earned at that point. So that number is indicative of many of those changes. Okay. Line
But
6.
Scott,
Yes,
sorry. There's an overall net increase, you said, of 0.4 FTE?
It's 5.2, but the overall increase is 0.4 for the math teacher at the high school. So, and the rest of that would all be salary increases of staff.
Does the retirement always go up 20% a year?
Not necessarily. The retirement piece, main PERS or main PERS has actually main PERS, MPERS, right? Has actually increased its requirement through the state. They give you funding on one side in the funding formula, but they increase your contribution on the other.
Okay.
So it shows up as a larger increase in your budget, but supposedly you're getting state subsidy at the other end on that. Okay. So, and it's recognized in part of the formula, but yes, it has been incrementally kind of edging up. It's part of how we're getting to 55% contribution in education, I guess, but. So line 643 is your substitute salaries again, and you'll see that's $53,000, and that's the permanent subs, okay? And adding to that line. So you're seeing the continued pattern of how it works between buildings. Line 662, workers' compensation. You'll see a number of line reductions in workers' compensation. Our rate in workers' comp actually went down, our experience rating. So, and I believe we got a sizable refund too in the year that we're in based on our experience factor. And then on line 666, purchase professional services, that's up 27.3. So we have a few things in there. So we have which are some of the larger pieces in there. ADL, which is Anti-Defamation League. Okay, we're going to be spending $8,000 on that, what we've budgeted. We used to have that in the district, and we're now bringing it back.
To the high school.
Up to the high school, yeah. It does exist at the middle school. And then we have alternative ed silo programs. Help me, Jeff, with silo again. Student individual learning.
Yeah, these are the individual projects that students can be participating in. At the high school, it's part of the Pathways program.
Okay. And we've put 10,000 in there. We've been kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul through the process of the budget. We've now actually budgeted for that because we know what the expenses are going to be. And then we also have funds in there, about 8,000 for student cultural programming. Camp Kiev is part of that, okay, in that line. So that's really the makeup of most of that line, 666, okay? All right, that's page 34, unless anybody has any other questions.
Yeah, Scott, something like ADL.
Yes.
Is that 8,000, is that for someone's additional time that they're committing to it, or is it for like kind of outside service or consulting, or?
My understanding that that's for some outside services.
Yeah, that's a professional service that we're
That's what I would
paying
understand.
for.
Yeah. Okay. So if we go to line 35, or excuse me, page 35, not line 35, that'd be going back in time, wouldn't it? Okay. So if we look at line 670 on page 35, and we're now under books, regular instruction books, you'll see that we're down close $67,000 there, and that's because we had a large purchase of textbooks budgeted in the existing year we're in. We aren't going to have that large purchase at the high school next year, so we didn't carry that. That was for, I believe that was math in this year, wasn't it?
Math and science.
Math and science,
Yep.
okay, good. And then line 671, equipment. So we have 2 Tiffany's for music in there for $7,200. The Tiffany's have been requested for a number of years, and so we're trying to get those caught up in this year. So the ones we have are, or the one we have is literally almost inoperable at this point and non-repairable, so.
It's been requested for many years.
So, okay, so that'll be those. And then line 672, just miscellaneous, is up about $13,000, and if I, bear with me, I'll have to get back to you on that one. I did pretty good writing my notes on that, but I don't have notes on that one, so, okay, let me find out what the miscellaneous is, but I think some of that is bringing the graduation expenses back in line.
I'm pretty sure
Okay,
that's
I think that's what it
graduation.
is, so, because now we're doing graduation outdoors, big screen, a lot of other things going on out there.
There's some other new plans this year that
Yeah.
they're
Yeah,
implementing.
new plans, okay, yeah, so.
Sorry, Scott, for the equipment, 671, I heard Tiffany's. I couldn't quite understand what that word was. that
It's
you
a
said.
drum.
Timpani.
Tiffany.
Timpani.
Oh, okay.
Tiffany, yeah.
Specialized
Just
drum.
specialized drum, so, excuse me if it didn't roll off my tongue the way I wanted it to tonight.
Literally, this has been on the list for 5 years, a budget list.
Yeah. Didn't roll that quite off the way I
It's
wanted
been
it to.
purchased.
It has not been
No.
purchased yet. This is budgeted to be purchased next year.
That's $14,000 for 2 drums?
7,200 for 2 of them. It's 7,200 for a
Yeah, I
pair
mean,
of
they're
them.
huge.
Yeah, they're huge, yeah. It's not like 2 snare drums side
Yeah.
by side. I mean, these things are huge.
Yeah, they're
You know, it's the ones you hit with a, you know,
Mallets.
deep
They're
thing,
beautiful.
yeah.
I mean,
Yeah, but
I
they've
love the
been
sound of them.
budgeted for a while. It's time to move those forward and try to get them done. They've been requested, so. Okay, line 644, again, you'll see that this is special ed instructional salaries, and you'll see that that's at 98,000, and again, that's a reduction, and it's due to some reassignment, but also most of that is related to the special ed change in the model that we've been talking about through this whole process, through the cost centers. And again, line 676, the teacher group health insurance, that's up just due to changes in staff and changes in budget to actual selections, okay, so. And again, the special ed health insurance follows in line with the reduction on line 677, follows in line with the staff reduction, right, so. Then we go down to line 692, special ed technology related software. And again, that looked to me, when I was looking at the budget, that it was basically license increases of student-related software. So that would be page 35. Unless anybody has any other questions, we can move forward.
So line 691.
691, special ed books, yep.
Books has to do with the new model as well?
I'm not sure if they have to do with a new model. I'm gonna guess that they're more related to students and student needs than they are to the new model. But I can get the question and an answer on
Big
that for
jump,
you. It's
yeah.
$950, and I can get an answer to that one. Okay? But we'll take a look at that and see.
I don't think it has anything to do with our new model. I think it's just a student need.
That's what I believe, but I do wanna, let me double check it
It
with
went
Julie.
from 200 to 1150, so $950. I think that percentage, that's not 475%.
Yeah, so I'll talk to Julie and I'll
Caught
get
my
it.
eye, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get an answer on that one. Okay, so
All good.
the mystery will be solved. Okay. Page 35, then, we can move off that page and we can move over to page 36. And if we look at line 694, again, we're in special education resource room. You'll see, again, a large reduction in the ed tech salary line, which is, you know, part of funding the new model in special education and some reassignment of staff. And then all the benefits that follow down below that are related to that reduction. Line 713, again, we have special ed private tuition or out-of-district placement. And again, that has to do with students that require special private programming. Line 714, alternative education teacher, that's up because we actually had a new hire in that area, which came in at a higher rate of salary than on the teacher pay scale. So that's page 36. Any other questions there?
Those are pathways.
That was the
teacher.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's 2 teachers that are in that line.
Right.
Alternative ed, so.
Scott, just offhand, do you know for 713 how many people that represents?
That's one person.
One student. Okay. And, yeah, there's been new special legislation that's been talked about and actually put out there that's actually increased the cost per day for these types of placements. So those numbers have increased slightly.
That came from the Department of Education, a new
Do we have to
requirement.
pay to transport them?
Yes, we're responsible for that.
Okay.
Okay. So any other questions on 36, or we'll move to page 37? Okay. So page 37, if we look at line 720, there's an increase of $7,300 there. There's a negotiated increase in the hourly rate, but there's also, we've increased that in order to account also for changes, as I talked about with the stipend review. That's one of the areas that we're looking at now. And then 725, game administration salaries. You'll see that that's up, and again, that's that increased cost for referees at the games. And then line 726. So here's one that was new and dear to us this year. This is the athletic stipends, and this represents a $48,000 increase, so that we've moved the payment of boosters, raising money to fund some of the, or actually almost all of the stipends. I think there's 1 or 2. If they want to add more assistance than what we have paid for, then they would probably have to pay for those. But we've moved booster-funded stipends over to the general fund in the term of $48,000. So the boosters will no longer have to raise money for those. Any questions on that on page 37?
Where do you find uniform costs for the middle school?
Yep. Most costs for uniforms and other things come from the pay-to-play money. So you collect the $75 for the pay for play, and it all goes into a separate fund in my office. And then uniforms are paid out of that. Some of the other things for supplies are paid out of that, and so forth. So.
And then how are decisions made about uniform
They're on a
replacements?
rotating basis. So David has a replacement schedule for all the uniforms.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Sorry, I have a question. I just don't know. If you can't pay the $75 for the uniform to pay to play, is there a fund that parents can dip into?
If you can't make the payment for pay for play, the $75 to be able to play the sport, the uniforms are provided. It just comes out of the gross money. So if we collect $78,000, okay, it goes into a special revenue fund, and that's where we buy uniforms out of. That's where we pay for some of the other things, supplies and other pieces of equipment for athletics, okay? If somebody can't pay the $75, there is a scholarship type program or a need type program, and most, the social workers, David, they know most of those students, and that's accessible. So nobody's turned away just because of a true inability to pay.
That's not a separate line item, that's just out of the total of
That's
A different bucket.
a different bucket, yeah.
Not even in this bucket.
Not in this bucket, yeah. So you'll have a number of special revenue funds that, when we review the audit, you'll see those in the audit, and it'll show all those different pieces, okay? All right, so that's page 37, unless anybody has any other questions, but I think that $48,000 will go over well for all the work the boosters have had to do to pay for those in the past. Okay, let's go on to 38. Okay, so line 738, we're under social worker and special education, and you'll see that that lines up $73,000, and that has to do with our change in the model in special education. So kind of that whole model change has taken place, and you're seeing those appear throughout the schools. And that really is the only increase to bring to your attention on page 38. Page 39. Purchase professional services at the top of the page, and this particular piece is under guidance, and that has to do with IB training. That additional $1,000 that's in there has to do with IB training. Student psychological services, line 762. Somebody could answer that question already, right? You've seen it in 3 other cost centers.
Yes,
So
that is.
The psych intern.
there you go. Okay, so you can see how the pattern continues.
Shared between
Okay.
4 schools.
A plus, okay. Nothing else on that page to bring to your attention. That's page 39. Page 40. So again, on page 40, line 777, again, that lines up $91,000, and that has to do with the change in the special education model and staff salary increases. And that's page 40, unless anybody has any other questions on that page. Okay. All right, page 41. We're making our way through the high school. Under extended year service, line 794 and 795, you'll see that we basically just tried to bring those lines more to a budget to actual. You can see the amount that was budgeted and looked to be expended this year. And you'll see we reduced it slightly for next year by about 10,000. But we did add about 7,800 into the teacher line up above, because I think how things may play out this summer with some of our other staff versus the educational technicians. And then on line 804, again, purchase professional services of 2,200. This is an instructional staff training at the high school. Basically, they're PD lines. There's IB training that has to take place for some staff members. Any questions on 41? Are we all set there? Okay. Page 42, again, still at the high school, and now we're at library and media services. And line 822, purchase professional services. So this is one I wasn't able to get an answer to this question today. I know what it is, but I don't know what the name means. But it's basically called Turn-It-In subscription, and it's a school-wide subscription that's coming out of there in the library for $3,000 more.
Ooh, I know what that is.
Great, can you tell me? Because I don't know what it is, and I couldn't get a hold of our librarian today.
So it's a way to access many different media sources.
Okay.
Cars are sometimes equipped with it now.
Oh.
Perhaps it's going on to the iPads or whatever. I don't know how they're using it exactly, but it's you tune in to many different and international news, language. Yeah.
All right, well, great.
Primarily
Thank
it's
you.
great. Colleges, right?
Pardon?
Yeah.
That's, yeah.
Isn't it?
That's the other one on it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, did you say turn it in?
Turn it in.
I'm on tune it in. Time is it? Okay. Anyway,
It's a little
great.
late, so yeah.
Yes, I know that one
Well,
too.
like-
She's
yeah.
right.
Yeah, okay, good. Well, as I said, I didn't
Thanks
have a
for
chance to
saying.
get schooled in it today, so I was looking for an answer on it, so.
Sad thing is I've used that too. But, yeah. Okay.
So I know what it is, what it is, right? Is that
What it is, what it
okay.
isn't.
What it isn't, okay. Okay, so that would be page 42, and that's really the only big increase there. So if we, go ahead.
So it's used in the library. Would it be used universally when turning in like papers, or would it just be used for like specific teachers?
Well, it said school-wide on it, so I'm guessing it's kind of falling under the library, but it's a school-wide. It actually, the description under it said school-wide, so I'm assuming it's a school-wide opportunity.
Okay.
So under, let's see, we continue down, we're in instruction-related technology, but I don't have anything there. So page 42 is pretty much done. Okay.
Is any of this related to the conversations we've been having about AI and training that teachers might be partaking in? Is this part of that, or is that going to be a separate spot, or is there nothing for
I
that?
don't know if this might have been requested before those conversations, actually, because our librarian is very versed in this area. She's also the president of the Library Association of Maine, so she's probably had some intel ahead of time, would be my guess, that this was a hot topic. But Tommy might know more.
Yeah, I know that Turnitin is special specifically because it can detect AI, whereas other plagiarism checkers, like specifically the one provided by Google Classroom, can't. So, yeah.
Okay.
I got an email this morning with an article, "Can Turnitin cure higher ed's AI fever?" So, yeah, it's on people's minds.
Okay, well, there we go.
And I can say that it works.
Yeah.
I haven't used it.
But it does work, okay.
It does identify sources that are already out there that someone's copied and pasted and, yeah.
Well, I am happy now that I know what Turnitin is.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
We've all been schooled.
Thank you. Okay, so page 43. Instructional related technology, which is line 835. You'll see the reduction of almost $42,000, and again, paying off that lease purchase, and we don't carry it into the next fiscal year. Line 837 is due to more hours at the high school and is budget to actual. You'll see that's up like 2,100. And the high school secretaries seem to work more in the summertime for more coverage at the high school. So that's really a budget to actual. And then 839, the athletic secretary group health, that has to do with just changes in health insurance for that particular individual who wasn't carrying health insurance before. And that is page 43, unless anybody has any other questions. Okay. Page 44, I don't have anything in Office of the Principal to bring to your attention. That's pretty standard. And when we get down to line 870, which is under Operation and Maintenance of Plant, which is where all the utilities are again, and property and casualty insurance, you'll see that all of those have tried to be referenced of budget to actual. One of the larger increases is in electricity. Obviously, we have a pool, we have a new GCA. Those are being used quite a bit. So, so obviously our costs continue to go up there. 874, salaries custodial. That's up about $23,000, and that has to do much with the $2 an hour differential shift and our negotiated wage increase for the number of ed techs, or the number of custodians that are there. Okay, and then any questions further on page 45? I don't have much else there. Okay, good. So 46 is just athletic transportation, and that concludes Greeley Middle School.
Greeley High School.
I mean Greeley High School, excuse me. Thank you. I'm getting a little punch drunk there, Jeff, so. Greeley High School, we do not want to go back. We are just moving forward, okay? Yes?
In terms of like a kid going out and having their tuition at a different school paid for, what is the criteria for having it paid for versus having the student pay for it?
IEP team.
Okay.
Yep, an IEP team has to order it.
And is that universal across all the schools?
That's just the law, it's special education law.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Scott or Jeff, I had another question.
Oh, where
back
we
on 37, we talked about, I think, the athletic stipend, so that was offering an additional stipend for people who volunteer to coach, essentially, or work as coaches.
I'm sorry, can you ask that
Which
again?
slide again?
Page 37.
Okay, the
726.
Yeah, the stipends, go ahead.
So that's an additional, that's a stipend for coaching?
No, the 48,000 is for basically, the boosters are having to raise money for a number of stipends to pay the coaches. So there's some that are raising no money to pay the coaches. There's others that are raising money to pay the coaches. So what we've done is taken a number of stipends in athletics that boosters were paying for and moved them into the general fund and paid them in the general fund, so the boosters don't have to raise that money any longer.
What determines, sorry, for outside of athletics, if there's other supervision happening, like say for clubs or something like that, what determines when it's a paid position versus like a volunteered position?
They go through what's called a stipend review process. So we have times at which maybe a coach might want to volunteer to work in athletics. That's one. We can do that with a volunteer coach, and they take that under the auspice that it's a volunteer position because we wouldn't hire somebody for that. For a volunteer position. And then for the co-curricular or for the extracurriculars, which could be clubs, they usually rise up from the students in the school. And then they come forward as a stipend review. We review the numbers of hours for it. It gets put forth to the budget process. And then we look to see if we would fund that through our budget process in the future. So that would be the process a club would go through, say.
We have several stipends that were put forward for clubs and activities this year that didn't make it through the process, but they were put forward because we have students participating. So these are, some of these are budget dependent decisions.
Yeah, and there's times that during the school year, if one club isn't funded, they may choose to fund a different club. So, use those monies that would have been for a particular club that didn't get funded, and they may do it for another activity after school.
Right.
So is it incumbent on the students who are participating in the club to?
No, it's incumbent on the staff member and the building administrator to bring it forward.
Okay, so the staff member would speak with their building administrator.
So let's say, for instance, we have a teacher that started a club at the school, okay, or wanted to do an activity. They could bring that forward as something that they'd like to have their administrator support, and it would go through the budget process for that. Or it might be something that's been going on for several years, and it gets brought forth as we'd really like to fund this now. And we may have others that we haven't funded in the budget, that leaves money available, so we can fund that particular one. But they all go through a stipend review, which is the chief negotiator of the association, the chief negotiator for the board, who takes a look at them and comes to an agreement on the number of hours that are affiliated to it.
Great, thank you.
I don't know if that answered the question fully.
Thank you.
Okay, good.
I have just another question about boosters because I'm not familiar because I don't have high school students yet. So when you said for the athletics that some of the positions were booster fundraised for and some weren't, did that mean those other coaches didn't get paid, or?
No, they got paid. We would pay them through payroll, and the boosters were reimbursing us for the cost of those staff members that weren't funded through our general fund.
So, like, for example, my son, as a freshman soccer player, was on first team.
Yep.
That coach was not technically funded through the budget. So as all the soccer players, as boosters, we were raising money, and part of that money was going to fund his stipend because he was part of the soccer program, but he didn't actually get it wasn't budgeted for it. Does that make sense?
And it doesn't mean just because people all think they need another coach that we fund it. That's our athletic director that determines if we need another coach.
Okay.
We've been slowly trying to get all the positions that we need out of having the boosters pay us or reimburse us and putting it into the general fund. So this is like the third iteration, I think, since I've been here that we've tried to put more positions into the general fund.
And there's still some that do some funding, such as football and ice hockey, do some funding of that, and just because of the nature of the sport.
They want more coaches, which makes sense, but we're supporting so many, and then they pay for the rest.
And so if somebody has a question around whether a program is going to have, say, a freshman team or not, and if that's in the budget, there's obviously not sufficient detail. Like sometimes there may be a boys team that has a freshman team, and the girls may not have enough that given year, and it kind of shifts. And how are those budgeted for to ensure that if there is kids who can play, if there's enough students, that there's opportunities for both?
We have a stipend list. Okay, and that stipend list has all of the stipends and the positions on it and the dollar amounts. That's what we use to budget for. So if it's on that list, then it would be budgeted in the budget, whether we had filled it or not, it would still be there in the budget, so.
Okay.
And I can basically share that list with the board. I mean,
Okay.
it's a document we have. We post it every year in the buildings for staff, so I can certainly share that with everyone. So you can see, take a look at it, and you can go right down through it and pick them all out.
But I think, I mean, Scott answered part of it, I think, and the other part is, it depends on how many students are involved.
Yeah.
That's made by the athletic director looking at participation.
Yeah, hopefully you can see it coming up through the middle school a bit to understand, but I know sometimes there are more teams because there's more kids.
Yeah, there's times we've had to add
Do we
staff.
have cup policy?
Do we have what?
A cup policy.
Cup policy in high school, like, do you,
For high school,
For-
well, you can either make the team or not
Yeah.
for tryouts. Middle school, we really try not to do that.
okay, but it's high school where they,
Yeah, I think there was one occasion in the middle school, there were just so many kids and we could not do it.
Yeah.
So it wasn't really cut, but we had to,
do tryouts.
Okay.
But that starts in high school?
yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I just didn't know.
Right.
Yep.
So,
So to follow up on stipends, on slide 16, it mentions the stipends for coding, Minecraft, and Model UN clubs. It doesn't have a check next to it, so it was funded or
Well,
not? Is not met?
No, it wasn't.
it wasn't, but what we'll look at is see if there's clubs that didn't get funded. So like, let's say there wasn't enough participation to run a club.
Okay.
Or a club didn't go through that we have budgeted for in our stipend list, then there may be 1, 2, or even 3 of those that get picked off.
Yeah.
Or they just don't run.
Okay,
okay.
for whatever reason, yeah.
So we're making assumptions that all of the things are being filled when we budget. These are ones that would have been additional on our list. And so we're making an assumption that everything else is gonna go. Now, if something doesn't go, then Maury can come back and say, well, I really wanna try to get a stipend for this club and this club, the ones that didn't get through. And we can look at the list. If there's unfilled ones, then we might be able to make it work.
Gotcha, okay. I just
And that's what we've done.
trying to figure out how to read that, okay.
Yeah, and we're already doing that at the high school as well. We're already looking at different stipend positions, some that aren't running and that other ones that Carl would like to fund.
So follow up, because I know there is some Model UN running, and so
Yep.
does that mean that they've figured out another way to pay for them, or are those teachers not
Those
being
teachers
stipend?
are putting their own time in.
Is that something too that they could apply to Foundation 51?
That is definitely we always tell teachers,
Okay.
please apply to Foundation 51. Ask them, because sometimes they'll support something and sometimes they won't.
But and all of these are paid positions, so they have to run through the
They still have
district's
to go through payroll. Yeah.
Right. Okay, regardless of who's funding it, there are employees, so they have to go through our payroll
And Susie
system.
Robbins in our office works with Foundation 51 and PTO to make sure that we coordinate. So if they're paying for something, we know about it. Years ago, we didn't do that, and they've been really great working with us on those things now.
Okay, so we've got system-wide we still need to go through, which is cost center 90. Okay, so let's start at page 47, and student health services, which is our nursing across the district. So all the nurses, even though they're working in different buildings, they still fall under one district-wide cost center. So you'll see that the only real change that we have is on line 889, which is a change in health insurance because we had a change in staff, okay? And then line 902, mentor and support team stipends. That's up, and that's 10%, right? I talked to you about there may be some changes that have to happen to certain stipends across the district, so we've left some movement to do that. Same thing with 904, which are department heads, okay? We're actually approaching a review of all those non-athletic stipends, so that's what we've put in there for right now. So that's the only thing I have on 47, unless anybody has any other questions. Okay. All right, so we continue over to line 48, or excuse me, page 48. And again, under improvement of instruction, which this is all the area of Susie Robbins in our office. Okay, so this is actually her area that she oversees. And we take a look at line 917, purchase professional services. We added another $4,000 in there to cover the full cost of Lawrence Alexander, who's under contract with the district. Line 919 is printing and binding. We haven't used that. That's back to when we had a different position in the office. And so we don't need the printing and binding line anymore. We just aren't using it. So we've reduced that by 5,000.
Well, we used to send out the NWEA letters and stuff like that. We don't do that paper anymore.
Okay. Line 926. This is where you're at under the Board of Directors. So this is the Board of Directors area of the budget. And what we've added on line 26 under contracted services. Remember, we had a conversation about adding money to the budget for communications. Okay. So I don't know if, Jeff, you want to elaborate on that?
Already?
This is in the budget right now. Do you want to elaborate on that?
Right, so Vanessa, we added everything into the budget tonight with those conversation items still, and then we will
Understood.
adjust the budget based on those. But
Okay.
we added in to show what it would look like. We wanted
Understood.
to make sure it was in there. But this is the public engagement for the new school project and getting some external support, and that's one of the items that was in the memo that I sent out that we'll have a conversation about. So if the board supports that, we would keep it in here. If the board does not support that item, then we would remove it and adjust it. But we wanted to show you where it would be.
Understood.
Okay, so that's page 48. Unless anybody has any other questions, we can move on to 49. Okay. All right, so 49 under line 929, I would just bring to your attention that there's an increase there of about $2,000, and that is just the budget to actual around insurance. Going forward in the increase on line 933, this is where we get into the central office, and it's broken up into two parts. System administration is broken up into two parts. It's the superintendent and the superintendent's secretary, and then there's this central office accounting, and myself and the accounting staff and the administrative assistant staff that do not report directly to the superintendent. And then there's also the special area administration, which is Julie and Jen, and those are separate and fall under special education. They aren't part of system administration, okay? So if we start and we look at, if we continue down and we look at line 933, secretary salary, down by $5,500, and the reason that's down is because we have a new hire in the office, in the administrative assistant role, and it ties into what we'll talk about on page 50, on line 966. Under other central office services, we hired the human resources position. That position came in slightly higher than what we budgeted. And so that's why you're seeing that increase there. And also, there is additional secretary hours on top of that in our office from where we went from somebody who was part-time to full-time out front of our office, okay? So that's what that particular increase is there. So I don't have anything else on 49 or 50 unless others have other questions, okay? All right, so we go to page 51. And now what we'll talk about is under maintenance of buildings, down towards the bottom the bottom section of the page, line 985, maintenance salaries. So this is separate from custodians. This is the maintenance staff who go around on the fields repairing things in the buildings, and our maintenance supervisor. So that's up 46,000, and in that number is our new position. We budgeted a new maintenance position, if you remember. So we had some attrition in staff, which resulted in hiring someone at a lower cost because of experience, and then we have added another maintenance position in the budget, and those net out to be in that 46 range. Maintenance group health, we've budgeted for the new position, so that's mostly what that 27,000 is its increase in health insurance plus the changes that staff have made and anticipating a new hire. So that's all on page 51, unless anybody has any other questions there.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Line 992. security
992, yep,
upgrades.
yes.
So, does that include the Mabel I. Wilson improvement with the office?
Well,
and-
what that is things that come up during the course of the year that we have to like make things to the cameras. Things to the swipe cards have to be replaced and things. So this doesn't tie directly to the new modulars or the work that we're doing at Mabel I. Wilson.
Doesn't.
Everything we did district-wide with the swipe cards to the doors, you know, the double doors, and then other security items that we've done have come from our capital reserve account. Okay, and haven't come out of our general fund and our
Okay, 'cause
general
I thought
operating
that's
account.
awfully low.
Like, you know the planters, the nice stylish planters we put in, stuff like that. Security planters.
Yeah, okay, yes.
The big,
Working on, like
The big
cameras in the
cement things.
leaves, what are we talking about? Okay.
big concrete things in front of the doors.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
That need some flowers in them, but yes,
Okay.
it's winter.
So, but we do need, at times, we have to, work on some of the security places and make some upgrades to different things
Yes,
through the
okay,
course of the
okay.
year. Okay, so that's,
Can you remind us what's in 991?
991, contract services. That's going to be trash pickup, Siemens Engineering Mechanical that comes in and does maintenance, or does repairs to our facilities. We have a facilities contract with a repair company for our controls, for all our mechanical systems and those pieces. So those are some few items that come out of there.
Was there something in particular in fiscal '22 that caused that much higher number?
Yeah, so what we did on that, you'll find that each year, if we've had fund balances in other areas of the budget, we've basically done what's called a budget transfer with the board at the end of the year and move expenditures that might have been in our capital reserve account to the general fund, thereby preserving money that's in our capital account to continue to go forward to repair the building. So, and it's all based on what you might have as fund balance at the end of the year. And those are just adjustments that are made. You'll see that throughout the district. There'll be different areas that are done, so.
The board does that in June, each year.
Okay, good. So, let's see,
I guess follow-up question though to that. So does that mean that we used all of that money?
it means you retained a lot of your capital reserve fund because you were able to move the expenditures to the general fund and not have to expend it from your capital reserve fund.
Right.
Okay, but the monies were expended.
Okay.
Through the general fund. So those monies were expended. It just happened to be that we put them in the general fund versus spending down your capital reserve fund, because you really need to maintain that capital reserve fund.
Sure. I understand the transfer process. I was trying to think of like what we spent it then on.
Well, there was a lot of things.
What
Remember,
projects we had then.
Yeah, we had a lot of things around
Trying to remember.
modulars, grounds. I mean, there was a tremendous amount of stuff here, right, for space over the years, okay?
Well, you do ask a good question, Ian, because we were going to give you a presentation on all the summer projects, and every month keeps going by. So Scott and I talked, and we're going to do 2 summers worth of a presentation
Lay those
in
all out for
October.
everyone.
You will get 2 summers worth of everything that's happened. So good question, because we usually do an annual update, like this is how you
Right.
spent your money this summer.
Yeah.
And we just haven't. This was not the year to do it with the school project and the bond. We never got to it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, most of what you've been dealing with is space.
Right.
For years, okay?
But we will have that.
All right, any other questions on that? Okay, so, that's page 51, let's, continue to 52. We're still in maintenance and look at line 994 at the top of the page. It's down by almost $27,000, and that's because we're going to pay the lease purchase, prepay that on a pickup truck, which we were gonna lease purchase, okay? And then, lines 998 and 998, that's a budget to actual on, fleet fuel, okay, for, the maintenance vehicles. And then, line 999, just equipment, we budgeted $5,000 to basically, replace some of the flooring equipment that we have in the district. And that's really all I had to point out on, page 52. The only other things that are there is, just for point of reference, under line 1001 and line 1002, that has to do with an energy project, payments on an energy project, which you did several years back on Mabel I. Wilson School, and then you move into student transportation as you go to line 1003. Okay? All right. So if there's no other questions on 52, I'll move to 53.
Can I ask a quick question? So we fuel our fleet at the bus garage, at the
Correct,
is that
through the
right?
town, yes.
Yeah. So how do we keep track of which vehicles are being filled? Like, do we have like some sort of code that they put in
Yep,
at the
yep,
pump?
there's a key that they can use, or a code. Actually, I don't know if they updated it. Last I knew, it was a key. So what I get from the town of Cumberland is a bill on an ongoing basis, which lists the amount, and then we can reference the vehicles if we need to. Yep. Okay, so that's page 52, unless anybody has any other questions. Okay. So let's continue to 53. And we'll go to transportation of special needs students, which is line 1028. And we basically have, you'll see that's up $11,000, and that's because we've got a van driver who who is basically taking insurance through us. Okay. A new van driver. And then pretty much it for line 53, unless anybody else has any other questions. I mean, fleet fuel is up for buses on line 1019. So we're pretty close to before, but we've increased that cost. So unless anybody has any other questions on 53, we can move to 54.
Just to confirm, I think I remember hearing earlier in the year that the bus purchase, the plan is that's the last fossil fuel bus purchase?
Well, I think that remains to be debated.
Okay.
Okay.
I heard that. Okay.
Yeah, so we have, we basically have budgeted for a bus, but we had paid one off,
Like
so.
Williams declared that.
So, yeah. So, yeah. Okay, so we will take a look at that. and
It's
see where
safe to
that
say
pans
that
out.
the budgeted bus right now is diesel.
Yep.
Because it's expensive, and it went through the finance process, so that recommendation came out of finance.
$500,000 more.
I would love to get electric buses, but I think we need to see some more state assistance to help us.
Yeah, agreed.
Very expensive.
Yeah.
Still, and we did apply. We did not get the initial grant. I think it went to 8 or 9 districts, maybe not even that many in the state, but we didn't get the first round.
Try again.
Okay.
We will.
So that's that's page 53, so we can go to page 54. So on page 54, I don't have much to bring to your attention there. It's pretty much the same, except when you get down to line 1046 and 1047, this is where your debt service is for the bonds that you have outstanding. And you'll notice we had on line 1047, we had a significant decrease in our debt. But we also had an increase because of the $75,000, which is for the revolving renovation bond. So which that money would have been a lot higher because half of the principal is forgiven and all of the interest is forgiven. So there was free money attached to that, significant amount of free money that was attached to that will take care of some improvements in ventilation to Mabel I. Wilson School, some of the security areas, and windows at Mabel I. Wilson School and doors. Okay. Did you want to add anything to that? Are you all set on the security upgrades or anything?
There's a spelling here that probably needs to be fixed, but.
Well, thank you.
We can fix that later.
So it's principal, not principal?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so, all right, that really that's almost the end of the budget. If nobody has any other questions on 54, I can take you to the last page, which is 56. 55 is just a summation of that particular cost area. So if we go to the last page, 56, this is central office building, so this is just the utilities on the central office. So you can see that there's some moderate adjustments in 1048, 1049, and then in the electricity, we've made an increase there of about $2,800 due to budget to actual.
I think you should keep it a little bit cooler over there.
I think it should be a little cooler.
I actually wouldn't mind that.
Jeff's office is an
My office
iceberg.
is like an iceberg. I love
People
it.
come into Jeff's office and come into my office, and they're actually cold.
I know.
Okay, so, but anyway.
I'm happy to turn the heat right off all winter.
So unless there's any other questions, you have just completed your MSAD 51 general fund budget.
I have, can we go to the next item of the 5 bullet points, start end times, permanent substitutes, out of district special education. I have a couple questions before we get what is included in the 7 point, because I'm confused now what was put in. So number 2, which is add additional 5 permanent substitutes, was put into this budget.
Yes.
Okay. Number 3, out of district special education.
In the budget.
It's in the budget.
Yes.
Okay. Number 4, in the budget.
Yes.
Number 5.
Now, that's a revenue offset. So
Can you
Scott-
name what those are to me again? So number 4 was what?
Number 4, PR public engagement.
Yeah, that's
in
in.
the board, yep.
And the pay to play.
5, the pay to play is in. I mean, not the pay to play is not in.
Okay.
78,000. The coaches are in, yeah. Okay.
And the adjust health insurance, obviously, the assumptions, we dropped those assumptions.
Yeah, so what happened is we went from, because of our experience rating, and we were looking to try and get as tight as we could to bring the budget down as much as possible, we went from 6%.
6 to the 4.
Now we're down to about 3.
Oh,
is
you
an
dropped,
assumption.
okay.
Yep, 3.5,
And
basically.
you're pretty confident that it's gonna,
I'm never confident,
I-
but I'm always confident.
Okay,
So anyway,
at 3%.
We have a pretty good guess of landing where we're gonna be at.
Okay.
The highest that the health insurance could possibly be for any school in the state is gonna be 6%. Our experience rating is great, and so I would expect that ours is much lower than that.
okay.
What did you say you were thinking it might be, 3 or 3.5?
I've budgeted 3.5 at this
Okay.
point, yeah, and we were at 6. And the largest cost that any district would receive would be 6%,
Yeah.
who's insured through the MEA trust, okay?
And number 1,
So number 1 is not in the budget.
Okay.
And that's that's the start and
Transportation.
end time transportation.
Yep.
180,000 if the board chose to put
Yeah.
that money back in for 3 drivers and another bus.
so
Yeah.
basically 1 in 5 is up for discussion if we want to keep the budget right now at the 7.4%.
They're all open for discussion.
They're all open for
Except for the
discussion.
out-of-district placement.
Yeah.
That's not open.
So if, for sake of time and discussion, as I always circle back to, we're at 7.4 with 2, 3, 4 in, 5 to discuss, 6 is obviously an assumption. Do we want to go in that direction? You explain 1, and then we can have the discussion on pay to play,
Sure.
if that's okay with the board? Okay.
So, as Vanessa just said, 180,000 is not in the budget. So this is why we wanted to have this discussion tonight. If we don't put 180,000, which it was not presented that way, that would have covered 3 more bus drivers and another lease purchase of a second bus instead of just one, it would be 2. And that's because our buses are full. And after COVID got completed, thankfully students have been running our buses. They're a lot fuller than they were. And we have more students, as you know, over the years. We've been increasing buses and bus drivers. But we're at kind of a breaking point where we're not actually getting some of our students to school on time, day after day after day. And so at the elementary level. So we've got to do something next year. We either need to increase our buses and bus drivers, or we need to change our schedule, our school schedule, one or the other. The problem with hiring bus drivers is that we already know of, I think, 2 retirements, maybe a third. And if we're adding 3, that means we're looking for 6 more bus drivers this summer for next year. That is very difficult. It's hard to find bus drivers, period,
Plus
to find
substitutes
6.
to cover.
Right.
Right.
For additional
And,
6
and
people.
I mean, that's a lot of coverage. So we're not even confident about that piece. And so that's why in the recommended budget, this expense is not there. And instead, there is an assumption if this expense is not there, then we would need to change and adjust the schedule. So the adjusted schedule, and I put that in the memo, but basically it would adjust the secondary time from 8 o'clock to 7:50 in the morning. And I know this is going backwards from a whole thing that we did years ago about, moving the time forward so that secondary students were coming to school later. It used to be 7:30 in the morning. And we moved to 8 o'clock. So this will be going the other way, but we really don't have any other options except try to find more drivers and add a second bus. So going from 7:50 to 2:20 would be the new secondary time for grades 6 to 12, and going from we'd increase the elementary time or move it forward by 5 minutes to 8:50 from 8:45, which it is now, and we would end at 3:20 instead of 3:15 in the afternoon. So that would be, you know, except for early release days, that would be the school schedule for students. That's our proposed schedule. For early release days, we would go from 7:50 to 1:35 for secondary and 8:50 to 12:35 for elementary. And again, giving us that 60-minute window to make sure that our bus runs can get all students to school on time and home. The staff hours really wouldn't adjust too much. They'd adjust by 15 minutes for secondary. Staff would need to come at 7:30 instead of 7:45. Our elementary staff day wouldn't change at all. So that would be the change that for item number 1.
And I believe if I remember, Kim and Tom and I recommended not for the increase just due to, you were in agreement with that, and changing the times due to the already struggling filling the buses or having bus drivers.
Well, and it's been an ongoing issue, not just this year. It's been an ongoing issue in previous years because we need an hour in between bus runs to be able to take the, you know, pick up the high school, middle school, and bring them in, and then have time to go back out into the community and get all the elementary students, okay? So, so we've pretty much known we've needed that hour, and, you know, in addition, and again, as Jeff said, there's more students, and you picture every stop is half a minute, right? Well, it doesn't take long to get to 60 minutes on a bus run, right? So, so that's the real issue. Need an hour in between the bus runs, and that's where we're at.
And you can't just pick up 612 students 10 minutes early and not change the school time, because then that's 10 minutes that they're just
Correct.
hanging out on campus. So
Correct. You end up having students that are unsupervised.
Right.
exactly. So you have to actually have the day begin 10 minutes
We have
early.
to actually officially start the day earlier.
Yeah, and that's a pretty minor modification that, you know, the time, the change of the times.
I know that.
It's pretty light.
I'd love to hear what Tommy has to say, because I know that there's just something between 7:50 and 8 o'clock. I know there's a whole world there of 10 minutes, but it's a psychological change.
What about keeping it at 8 and just moving pre-K through 5 to 9 o'clock? Is that too late?
We tossed that around. The leadership team talked about it. They just felt that was getting really late on the other side for students to
3:30.
get out at 3:30 in the afternoon. I mean, we're already starting to get to dusk at certain times of the year. And then when kids are getting off a bus 45 minutes to 50 minutes later, we're talking, you know, pitch dark. And just felt that wasn't the safest time period to be in.
And for parents who work, that could make a big difference too.
That was another piece that we knew came up. Parents, that's
Yeah,
a big
it was-
shift for parents.
Exactly, I was
in the
gonna say,
morning and-
even a slight shift may affect parents a fair amount.
Yeah.
Right.
We thought 5 minutes might be doable, but not more than that.
So I have a couple questions, but first, not to put Tommy on the spot, I would love to hear your reaction to the 10 minutes.
Yeah, I had one question. Early release, you said 7:50 to 1:35. That's later than we're getting out right now on early release. Is that?
We
Why is
wanted
that?
students to have more instructional time, and we had to have an hour in between.
Okay.
So there was no way to say 1:30 when we're releasing elementary at 12:35. So on the upside, you get to have more instructional time. So there's a win-win.
Okay.
And I'm sure all of your peers will agree with that, right?
Would that increase just like classes time, or would it be enough to put advisory in during that time, during short release?
That's a question for Mr. Francis. I know
Okay.
he's working on the advisory schedule for next year, and they're looking at different options for advisory. So that, I mean, it certainly helps adding that 5 minutes.
Mhm. Yeah, in terms of 750, I think that it would be very unpopular, but like if what has to be done kind of has to be done. Yeah.
Given how passionately people are responding to the looping program changing, I feel like this is going to be another area where we're going to have to really communicate this very well. I'm wondering if our public engagement consultants might even help with something like that, because it makes sense, you know, when we're talking about it, but boy, if it gets communicated the wrong way and people just don't understand it, then we've got a lot of fires to put out. So how can we communicate this really, really well?
Yeah, I think I just know that one of the major parts of communicating this, when we do communicate it, is that it's really about students who are getting to the elementary schools late. Many students getting there late every single day and losing instructional time because they're late.
My child's probably on average where
And that's really one of the major problems that we have, because or they're getting right at the door, right at the time. By the time they go down through, grab something out of the breakfast program, classes is pretty much going on, and this is nothing new. This is something that's been going on.
Yeah, but I mean, it's certainly something it's been getting worse because of enrollment increase.
Yeah.
So it's directly tied to the enrollment increase. We didn't have this huge problem years ago. We moved to this schedule probably 8 years ago, but it now is really catching up with us with the enrollment.
Well,
we just can't make it work.
I mean, I guess I would ask then, if this is something that we approve tonight, can we start working on messaging right now?
Yeah,
In
I
terms
think
of getting it out in newsletters and,
Not even waiting till Fridays, like Jeff's Friday email? Or,
no, I mean, like, not waiting past that.
Oh, okay. So think of like the Friday email would be
If we get a
adequate.
sense from the board tonight that this is, you do not want to put the 180,000 back in, we're giving you good reasons why it's probably not going to work anyway.
Exactly.
And if that's the case, then we would start messaging this out. If we're getting a sense that, yes, the schedule change has to happen, I'm going to probably message that Thursday in the newsletter and give parents a heads up. This isn't a done deal until the board actually adopts a budget in May. However, it's looking very likely at this point that it's moving in this direction. So, you know, we're going to give you a draft at this point of what it would look like. And our staff are not aware of this either. We haven't put this out.
So if they say and listen too.
Also, there's, for a 10-minute shift, 10 minutes to me is not a lot of time. But for $180,000, I can probably list 5 budget items that we could have added back in. So if we're going to have the 180 in there to keep the 10 minutes and not actually be able to use the 180 because we can't hire the custodians and obviously we can purchase the bus, we're kind of just having a placeholder for money that we're not going to be using when we could have put it towards something else. Yeah. And
I don't know how I'd fill that number of bus drivers.
Right.
I don't know how I'd pull that off.
And realistically, the finance committee wanted this budget to come in 7.2, 7.3, so we're right at our little bit above our cap.
So
And the only other option was to somehow shorten the pre-K through 5th grade, the elementary, the bus, which would mean more meeting places or less door to door, right? And so in order to accommodate
Or restricting access, which is something that we weren't willing to do.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and that really just, that, even what you're talking about, like the consolidated stops, that still isn't gonna save the amount of time that one might think, because you're traveling such a wide difference. You know, when you get out to the other end of North Yarmouth, or you get out to West Cumberland, and you get into all these different areas, you're still gonna have that type of issue. And I think you would have more of an issue with taking away a service that people have an expectation of in this community, for where their young students get dropped and picked off would be much more of a problem than changing school by 10 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes.
So have you gotten a lot of feedback or awareness already from the parents, especially MIW?
No, we haven't put this out. This will be the first time.
No,
really
I mean, the flip,
publicly.
have they already been, are they aware their children are arriving late?
There are certain, at GMS 4-5 in Mabel Wells School, yes, there are some parents that have expressed concern about their children not getting to school on time, 5 minutes late or more, especially in the winter. It's not all children, it's some bus runs.
Right.
And then not being able to get time to go and get breakfast in the morning,
Okay.
you know, and then get to class, or they go to get breakfast, then they're late to class.
So there's a group of parents who are already kind of aware of this.
Oh, yeah.
It's not, gonna be a
There's
surprise.
And a lot of
Yeah,
staff
and
who've
Staff would be
said
aware,
a lot of
but
things about
parents
this.
aware,
It's
yeah.
very
There's-
disruptive for the
and you're
teachers.
stuck
I'm
in
sure,
this
yeah.
quandary of, you know, and the drivers want to get to school on time, so what do? They try to start backing up their high school run, right? And then now you got students being dropped off at the school, no supervision, okay? And so, and then other accommodations try to get made for that,
And that was
so
happening.
it creates a whole
yeah.
problem.
In the beginning of the school year, I think the buses were coming a lot earlier, and then
So 8 o'clock,
you can't
and
drop
if they're
off,
dropping
yeah.
at 7:30, well, where's the gain in the time, right, that we changed? There's no gain.
Well, and also, I mean, I think, bringing up the point too about how that not all students then have the opportunity to run through and get breakfast. And we don't know who our students are who definitely rely on that service. And we just can't allow that to happen.
Right. And we have more students accessing breakfast now, and it's certainly a lot more accessing lunch. Tommy's point, I just thought about it. You're right. We're actually adding 15 minutes
to
of
Wednesdays.
instruction on a Wednesday afternoon, which is, it's still, that's a very positive thing. But I know that impacts, it impacts students maybe by 5 minutes on that end of activities and sports and some things that I know start on Wednesdays a little earlier.
I mean, if you kept out advisory, then a short day would be about the same length as a regular day.
Right.
Because you basically only take away 5 minutes per each class, so.
Yeah.
But, I feel like if advisory was added to Wednesdays, I think that would be something that would be very productive, because I feel like advisory is a really nice time for students, and I think that, like, that's kind of missed on Wednesdays when you have to go straight from third to fourth period, but, yeah, I think that would be a nice addition, given that we have an additional 15 minutes.
Well, I would talk to Mr. Francis about it, definitely, if this schedule goes through.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to thank you for a creative solution that saved a lot of money in the budget. I just have a couple questions. I've heard there's concerns around crowding on the buses, especially at the younger level. Obviously, this won't alleviate that issue, right?
It won't alleviate the crowding, but it will get students to school on time.
Okay.
And we look at the bus runs every year, and we try to just, adjust different roads and stuff for them and stuff, but none of the buses are running over capacity. So there's a capacity limit, and they aren't running over capacity.
Yeah, they're just fuller than they have been.
And how do the older grades, I'm assuming those are less full for a variety of reasons.
More and more students driving, yep.
Right. And so I agree 10 minutes doesn't seem like a lot, but for me, I was like, oh, that's an hour of sleep in a week my kids won't get, is like how I translate it. And is there other options where there could be adjustments made to the older kids' schedule around the bus runs that would then allow you to have that additional time? I absolutely want to ensure that the younger kids are, have their stops, as many as they need to get everyone to school safely. But if the older kids, there's not as many, is there other options for maybe the older group that wouldn't allow you
Just the opposite.
to need as much time if you made
You mean flip the schedule? Are you talking about flipping the schedule?
I mean,
or?
ideally, that's like the recommendation to send the high school kids in later generally, but I'm just wondering, consolidating stops for the older kids.
But again, then that just gets them there earlier, and then that's like 10 minutes of unsupervised time.
Yeah.
Because the school day hasn't started yet.
There already is a lot of consolidation, if you want to say, or a lot of,
I don't understand.
walk
My
out
kid,
or whatever, so
the
there's.
whole North Road is
Yeah,
consolidated
so
at
there's
the
a
end
lot
of
of
the road,
already
so I
that
don't
at the high
understand.
school level.
Okay.
What I'm saying is 45 minutes is not enough time to run the high school run and then be able to turn right back around and go out and get the elementary kids and bring them in.
I mean, I truly
Takes an hour.
believe in a different economy, we would be suggesting something different, but we can't employ enough bus drivers right now.
It's every district that's having this problem, and we just happen to be filling our, our positions by running these courses.
Yeah.
Okay.
And has any district in Maine done the switch with the high schools? I know some in Massachusetts did.
Well, there's a couple of districts that are at 750, and I think I don't want to name the districts, but I know that one of them I think is Falmouth.
Okay.
It might be, don't quote me on that, but
But none have
I'll probably
sent
get a
the
text
high
from the
school,
superintendent. That's
older
not
kids
true.
in later.
But I know that there's nobody goes earlier than 7:50 that I'm aware of right now. So we would be with a couple other districts there at 7:50. We don't like it. I don't like it. But I just feel like it's the best thing that we can do right now. A year from now, we might be saying something different and saying we can get those bus drivers. We can do this. And, you know, maybe the budget is looking different and we can make it work. But at this point, this is our best recommendation.
And there's potential legislation too that could make all of this moot, right?
So it looks like they tabled it and we'll study it for a year, and then they'll look at the study and decide if they want to push that forward or not in a year. So I think we're looking at 2 years out at the minimum.
And which one are you referring to?
That would have pushed the secondaries to 8:30. It would have been a state law. However, the state legislature tabled it to a study for a year. And then they'll look at it again, and even if they look at it again in a year and pass it, it takes a year for laws to be implemented. So usually it will be 2 years.
So how do we move forward on this decision?
I think it's just a consensus if the board is, you don't have to vote, but it's just a consensus. Are you okay with the schedule change or not?
Yeah, who feels strongly that we should not change the schedule and instead we should spend the money this year? I guess, anybody?
I don't like those being the two options.
Well, yeah.
But I think if it's phrased that way in your letter, who wouldn't agree?
Well, the third option is status quo, kids still being late. So technically there is a third option, which is
That's
to do
true.
nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. I did share this with the association leadership already, and so they're well aware of this schedule change. And they did want an opportunity just to kind of get feedback from staff, but knowing that there's not much we can do. I mean, unless.
Yeah, my biggest fear is the money will be in the budget and we can't hire anybody.
Right.
And we've promised something that now we're still
Be able to
next
deliver.
year.
It's very
Kids
likely
are still showing up
that we
late,
can't.
even though we've said, yes, we're gonna move forward. That's my,
But I think there's value in giving them space to discuss
yes,
it.
yeah,
And
Yeah.
yeah.
Or what's the challenge that we, is there a challenge or challenges that we can help with? We know that some of our staff could have issues with childcare, especially secondary. Elementary, the schedule is the same, so hopefully it won't be. But I think Tommy.
Yeah, could we institute like a large group study hall or having the English lab, science lab, math lab open like at from 7:30 to 8, and then starting at 8, and if you came, you'd go to either like the cafeteria to have breakfast or to a large group study hall where you would be doing work. I feel like in the high school, I don't know how much like supervision necessarily is needed, but I bet that's definitely more of a factor when it comes to the middle school.
Yeah, the middle school, we won't be able to do that. But high school, I think it would be challenging. Because we put students on both, both the middle school and high school are on the same runs. So I don't know how that would work.
Isn't the research just the opposite? I think, isn't it, I remember when we were talking this in the committee,
Yeah,
it was
we're going
high school
backwards.
students.
Yeah.
Really?
In middle school coming in later, and elementary students coming in earlier.
Yes.
Okay, I think that was the
Yeah.
research when we did this in the
But
committee.
we
so-
ran into two big problems. One is athletics and
Exactly.
activities and
Yeah.
work and jobs for high school students, and the other one was parents getting to work for elementary. So those were off the table immediately, which I totally get it. Those are huge problems that we would have to fix.
Yeah.
We can't fix. But
So if everyone's okay, we're not gonna add this into the budget as it stands right now. We're gonna get some teachers' feedback and a little bit of get a pulse on that.
The
that fair?
association wanted to do their own survey, so
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly what they're gonna ask, but they had just given me a heads up they were gonna get some staff input.
Okay.
Yep.
So right now, the recommendation of the board is not to add this back in. Due
Right.
to hiring constraints and other factors that
Right.
essentially would be beyond
Technically,
our
the
control.
board, has until May 1st
Yeah.
when you adopt the budget. So it's just giving us kind of a heads up so that we can give everyone else a heads up. It looks like the schedule's gonna change.
Yep.
Nothing's a done deal until the board adopts the budget, for sure.
Okay.
But-
Are we all okay with that? Okay, and the next one, or there are other items that we can discuss, but the other one that's not in the current budget is the pay to play. And that's where if you do an athletic activity, you pay $75 for that. The recommendation of the Finance Committee was not to add it into the budget this year. Two reasons. One, Jeff and Scott says there's a lot of factors that play into this with the boosters, with the stipends, and they needed it a year or two to iron that all out. Correct?
Yeah, there's well, for example, football, hockey, they make significant contributions. You know, the boosters of those programs make significant contributions. So not all things are equal when you were talking about pay to play. And so those programs actually are waived for this fee, but it impacts other teams as well. So all these decisions have a ripple effect. And hockey and football put in a lot more money because of obvious reasons for equipment, plus the gate receipts, the ice time. There's a lot of different pieces. So we kind of have to look at every team. And that's why our recommendation was just to hold so that we can come up with, talk to the people that we need to talk to, which is the boosters, athletic director. But in the end, it's the board's decision, and we'll implement it faster than we would have if necessary.
So I think, again, from the Finance Committee, Kim and Tom, we didn't recommend this year to add into the pay to play because of that. And another reason is $78,000. We could put back in an RTI 6 to 8 and potentially an allied arts if we were going to approve $78,000. So I kind of look at the benefit of the increase of $78,000. We are still trying to stay within the 7.4%, and whether it's worth it at this time to alleviate the community members of the $75 for their students. Now, Jason has a different viewpoint on that.
Yes, I do.
And then we can just open that up for discussion.
I'm the one that brought this up. As I understood it, this was something that we're looking at doing next year. And I would advocate for moving this up. I think it's a relatively small cost for a fairly big impact in the community. I find collecting the $78,000, $75 at a time a very inefficient process and a big effect to a lot of families, where I think if you absorb that into the general fund, it would make a lot of families happy. And if we're looking at doing it down the road, I would say, why not do it now for that impact? And, you know, on a more global view, anytime you kick something down the road, eventually it catches up with you and you have to make these large steps. So this year, I think we actually have the ability to do this. And again, it's going to make a positive impact for people. People sort of hate paying that. I think there's sort of an equity component to it. You know, other activities don't pay fees, but sports do. I do have concerns about the hardship part of it. I understand that there's ways that we can pay for kids that can't pay for the sports, but I think just that in itself could be a an impediment for kids playing sports. So, like we're absorbing the stipends for the coaches and moving that into the general fund, I just sort of think it's the right thing to do. And for the small cost and the impact it would have, I'd rather do it this year instead of kicking the can down the road. So. Others?
To be clear, I'm in favor of doing this too. I just think we need to take the time to consult all of the relevant stakeholders before we sign off on it.
What does that entail? Can you go into more detail? I know you're concerned about it. I question whether it's that big of a deal to just not take that money.
I think we just, like for years we've had certain programs that we've waived routinely, and everyone else pays it. I think the boosters, just getting a handle on what the boosters are really contributing, which leads into those waivers, annual waivers. And it's an annual waiver by the athletic director, but it's once we start it, it usually doesn't change.
for certain programs, and just communicating that out. And then the other pieces are what we use the 78,000 that we collect. Obviously, that's going to go in the general fund. Scott, do you want to talk about how we use that? I mean, I know it's uniforms and those kind. I think you mentioned that earlier.
I did. Yeah, uniforms, supplies, equipment for athletics is how it's used. It's basically pulling those things that would be budgeted in the general fund out of a special revenue fund from the 78,000 that we collect pay for play. So you put the revenue in to the budget, collect it, and then you put the expenditures in that are related to that revenue.
So the expenditures would then become into the general budget?
They'd become into the general budget, and it would increase our assessment to the two towns by $78,000 because we'd increase our budget, right?
In my viewpoint, if we're spending $78,000 just 4-5 on their requests alone, we were able to accommodate 2. We could accommodate the allied arts time in 4-5 and go back to before COVID, 50 minutes for allied arts. And that's something that Maury's been requesting. And that's the point FTE for music, PE, art, STEM, 5 additional hours for library. So they are now at 40-minute blocks, and it would increase that to 50. So if we were going to spend the money, I would spend it on a request from the administrators that we could not accommodate at this time.
I think one of the reasons I'm in favor of not doing this is that the $75 is an expected fee that you go into high school, and for the most part, I think people know that that's happening, and it is something that you can request assistance on. What I find incredibly frustrating is when you've paid the $75 fee and then you go to the first parent meeting and they say you have to sell 10 of these cards or write a check for $200, and it just depends on the sport, and it's that unknown factor that you kind of get hit with. So I feel like just having those athletic stipends is going to alleviate that significantly, and the $75 fee that's just kind of a given. I wonder, Jason, if we really did a survey, if people would, it turns out that they're more frustrated with the booster stuff than they are with the $75 fee.
Over the years, I've heard the $75 thing was an annoyance for a lot of people, and then it starts bringing up questions about, I hear it all the time, about equity and how that money is spent in uniforms. So I think there would be an added benefit of bringing that into the general fund, where it may have greater scrutiny as well.
So it sounds like there is a schedule for uniform replacement already in place.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I know one thing, at least with the stipends too, is that the athletic ones then have gone under review to make sure that there's equitable compensation for the coaches for girls teams and coaches for boys teams, and that now there's going to be review for athletics and all other extracurricular, which is great. I personally would like to see the allied arts come back at 4-5 to how it was before. And, if this is something that we're planning on doing next year, then follow the process that we had set out before, I guess, initially.
Yeah, and just to point out what Vanessa had pointed out earlier, so everything is in the budget, the 7.4% expenditure, except for the pay to play right now. And then if you had chosen not to change the schedule, that 180 that's not in the budget, but everything else everything else on that list is in the budget right now and can be removed if there's an issue.
Right, so the 5 permanent subs, so we had already talked about that this evening.
Yeah.
And then obviously the number 3 is
And I want to
non-negotiable.
make I'm sorry, Ann, I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just going to mention, it's actually 6 permanent substitutes, and that was,
Oh, okay.
we do this as the budget. We continue to look at it and modify. I had missed one at the high school, and so I added a 6th permanent sub to make sure that there's 4 at the high school, so it's 14.
Okay.
I want to just bring that to your attention. I believe that is now in the budget. We talked about that literally this morning.
As did I miss it.
Oh, that's okay. We talked about it this morning.
So, I'm sorry, the expansion of the Allied Arts from 40 minutes to 50 minutes, that is in the budget?
That
It is not.
It is not. And if you look at the presentation, this is a slide in the presentation that I did not include
Correct.
when I presented on March 20th. And then I was asked to make sure that that was included in the presentation when I sent it back out. So it's actually slide 16. And these are the larger priorities that were not advanced that came from administrators. Up from the schools and programs, and you can see there's about 900,000 that we didn't, and this happens every year. We're looking at priorities, we make decisions, we have to advance the ones, we work with the leadership team, and then we come up with the priorities we can, get behind. Not that these aren't important, but we just can't do everything. And so that's just a list, and I usually share that with the board, and I'm sorry I didn't do that at the presentation. Just kind of shows you things that we did not advance. But
Well,
that's on that list.
Thank you. And especially then, showing that 4, 5, had 2 requests and none of them were able to be fulfilled.
We did.
We added a teacher
We did for 4, 5 a regular classroom teacher.
and also a halftime behavior.
Yep, and a
Or,
halftime.
on this list, that's on this list
Yes.
specifically,
Yeah.
is what I mean,
Yeah,
sorry.
that's a second one. So there is an additional teacher for enrollment at 4, 5. This was in a second request.
Okay.
So there are 2 classroom teachers that were requested. I looked at class sizes and felt that I could recommend 1 at that point instead of 2 going forward.
Okay.
And to be clear,
I see.
everything on this list was not funded. The checks indicate that it's just aligned to the district
Oh,
strategic
thank
plan.
you.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you, Tom. Yes. So the checks don't mean that they were funded, right?
I did
They're-
not look
Yeah.
close enough, so thank you.
Yeah, so everything on this list, the 892,000 was not advanced.
Yeah, okay.
Advanced.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, fine. My brain's a little foggy
Yeah, and
now
I
this hour,
apologize.
too.
I usually share this and I didn't for some reason.
It's only 10 o'clock,
Yeah.
right?
So to circle back, if we were to spend, I really want to keep the budget at the 7.4 and not include the 180 or the 78,000 moving forward. But that came up, the pay to play, and the Allied Arts is 55,000, and we did not. They were looking. She's been asking for more space, and we couldn't accommodate that this year. So I just kind of was thinking about it this morning. I was like, oh, maybe we can just put that in and put pay to play down further down the road.
So can I answer that just
Yeah.
real quick? The leadership team, we went through these items as well, and there are certain reasons why they were on this list at the end of the day. And as much as the Allied Arts at both Mabel Wilson School and GMS 4-5 were recommendations to move to 50 minutes, it especially wasn't going to work at 4-5, probably wouldn't have worked at MIW because of space constraints. And Mabel Wilson School, we might have been able to make it work with the modular reconfiguration, but 4-5, putting that modular on hold for another year, we would not have been able to increase to 50 minutes and be able to do it with space.
Is that still factual?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So originally we had recommended another modular unit at GMS.
Yes, yeah.
When we pulled that back and didn't have that in the budget anymore, the 50-minute blocks would have been very challenging to implement without that extra unit.
Okay, for 4 or 5.
So that's one of the reasons it's on the list, but quite honestly, it also didn't rise to the top of all the other priorities either from the beginning.
Yeah.
So there was 2 different reasons for that.
Well, I guess in light of that, I amend my statement that I still would like to pursue pay to play next year and then keep that money out of the budget if we're not able to accommodate the Allied Arts change at 4-5.
Yeah, it would be difficult with the modular units that we have currently. If we had made that reconfiguration, I think we would probably be able to do it.
Yeah. Well, so let's see, we'd be adding that additional modular for
Next summer.
24, 25, so maybe we could do it in next year's budget.
It would line up a lot better with that modular unit being in place. Yep.
So I think I know the answer, but can I just get a straw vote on interest of the pay to play for this year?
Can I ask one more question before you vote? This is in the middle school as well. I guess I'm a little confused. We pay to play at the middle school level as well, right?
Right.
So is this, because it says it's under 912 and it was high school was mentioned earlier. So is this the full amount of funds for pay to play at the middle school and the high school, or are we just talking about the middle school?
Yeah, it's the whole
Whole
amount.
district.
It should say
Or the high
612. I'm
We
sorry.
collect 78,000 to 80,000 each year.
Okay,
Combination, combined.
Okay, thank you for
Yes.
clarifying.
Before we take a straw poll, I mean, my kids don't play sports, so, but at the same time, I kind of like the idea that of not having the pay to play be an obstacle for anyone wanting to play a sport. It seems to be, but then I guess what I'm wondering is, I know we're trying to stay under 7.4%, but this just seems to be something where that issue is more important to some people and other issues are more important to other people. What about just taking 2 items from the list and adding them back into the budget and being modestly above 7.4, but introducing 2 priorities that would probably make a lot of people happy?
I mean, I'm sure Jeff and Scott have plenty of suggestions, and the budget at this point it's still evolving. It's not the final. We still have to have the health insurance come in, but I think tonight we need to know if we're just going to move forward with the pay to play and close it, or we're not. And I think as the board, that's what we have to decide to do.
Along the lines of what Jared's suggesting, I would say that if there are things that we're going to do next year that we can move to this year, given where we're ending up with this budget, which has come out a lot better than expected, I would say that that makes the job next year starting slightly easier.
I like the budget where it's at. Until we can
You're at a
7
3% impact to Cumberland, at least, on the mill rate, 3.04% in a year that
Yep.
should have been much, much higher.
Yes, it should have been much higher, considering the environment and where there's some outstanding items. I'm very comfortable with the 7.4 and keeping these 2 line items out, get the insurance coming in, and kind of move forward from there.
I mean, I also worry about the budget passing. I don't want to add too many things back in and then potentially sabotage ourselves.
And I asked the question earlier about the pay to play, but I feel that I would personally like to see in the future it to be eliminated, but it sounds like at the moment you've been addressing any cases where people won't
Yep.
pay to
And
play.
if there's ever a case where a student can't play, we'd want to know about it. Because
Yeah.
of that, we've always tried to accommodate any
waivers to that.
So I'd like to keep it in mind myself. I'd like to keep in mind for future, like, can we do away with it? But if people are accustomed to it or whatever, and it's working to alleviate people who can't, then
Yeah, and the allied arts item, I would literally, we would have to look into whether or not we could even make that fly with space. I'm not even sure that is something we can do. We could study it and get back to you if the board is interested in that item.
One thing that came up last year, and I don't remember how it's addressed in this year, was there was the halftime drama teacher and was being talked about to increasing to full-time.
Right, and that was actually a initial review way back.
Okay.
That was not advanced. So we actually have different iterations of where we start with, well, that sounds like something we want to do, and then it doesn't end up reaching the finance committee because it's done at the administrative level.
Okay, so it remains
and it's a pre-administrative
position, is that?
We do have we have a halftime theater position right now, actually 60% position at the high school, and we had talked about increasing that position to full-time. And then there's an item on this list that you'll see that did make it this far, but then didn't go any further when it got to the recommendation of the finance committee initially, which was to look at adding a stipend of $10,000 for the GCA, not having a manager, but somebody who's coordinating the GCA space. And presumably it would have been that person taking on that stipend who was in the part-time position. But all those conversations surface at the beginning of our budget process, and then we kind of keep working through it and then decide what's going to stick and what's not. So
Yeah, 'cause I
that was
remember
a conversation.
Timing last year was an issue with increasing it to full-time because courses are already been selected.
Right.
But you're saying like that nothing changed
And
there.
I've talked to the high school principal, and this person is amazing, and the classes are filling, and I think it's getting off the ground. And I think another year from now, who knows what it will look like. But right now, it's very effective and very successful the way it is.
I mean,
Yeah.
the musical was incredible too. And then, so the coordinator stipend, I think probably some of the hopes would actually generate additional revenue, but that position wasn't moved forward.
No, we didn't advance it. That was another piece that we decided to put on hold for another year and look at it again in a year. So some of these you'll probably see in a year. We'll ask for it or request it again. I'd be surprised if that one doesn't show up again.
Yeah, because I think, right, we've talked about as one of the goals, I forget if it made the official list, but just around the use of the GCA and having somebody to be able to manage that being an important aspect of getting that space used and potentially bringing in revenue and events for the community.
Yep.
And so.
And scheduling and coordinating that and those pieces. So I definitely think that you'll see that again.
Okay. But if we're picking out things that we're interested.
Yeah, you could pick out a lot of different things.
Yeah, so that's where I circle back and say that I like the budget at 7.4, not include the pay to play, and we've already shut down the bus because we started with 60 line items, and I'm sure you guys started with a lot more requests before it even got to us. Yep. We had 60 line items, and then some of them were put on hold after they met again with the district leadership team. So it's been ever evolving, and I mean, if we could put everything back in, we would. But we had what was it? Started at 15%.
It was 16 or 18.
It was 18%.
I want to look at it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we've tried to really focus on, and this is what the director I said at the beginning of the finance when we started this, to focus on enrollment and accommodate what in this list from enrollment that we can accommodate, because we know we need these, and then moving forward.
Hey, Vanessa, I'm sorry if you guys covered this earlier tonight. When we add in the addition of permanent substitutes, does that free up money in terms of money that would have gone toward daily substitutes?
We don't have a line item.
It doesn't, because the line item that was in the budget, okay, was for daily substitutes, okay? And what we did is we added a little bit more money to it, and we were able to fund all of the permanent subs out of the daily substitute money because we don't have enough daily subs. So that's the whole genesis behind wanting to do the permanent subs, is because we don't have enough daily subs. So the money that's freed up freed up money to basically hire the permanent subs and pay for the permanent subs.
And is this
That's
the
really what the
second year of the
difference is.
permanent subs?
This is the second year. It might even be the third year. We went into this budget year a year ago with no permanent subs budgeted. We only had daily subs, thinking it would be more of a typical year we could find them. And then what we found, actually it was probably June or July of this year, the principals were saying, I don't think we're going to have enough daily subs, let's get some permanent subs. So that's why we ended up with the permanent subs for the year. And they've become such an integral part of what we do now that we feel like a hybrid approach is the best approach.
Did that make sense on what I explained around the permanent subs and how they're funded and taking the place of daily subs?
Maybe I should be asking that question. Did what I said make sense too?
I want to make sure it's,
And then, sorry,
it's on the late side.
Yeah.
I'm happy to move on from the pay to play,
Yeah.
but can we tie it up in a bow? Who's interested in doing it this year?
Just one more question on that. Is there any other activity where you have pay to play, or is it only sports?
We don't do clubs here. I know some districts, you pay a fee for, I don't think we do any clubs right now. that I
So
can
how are
think
those paid
of.
for?
To pay for Model UN.
Model UN, right, yes.
How
Which
are
is-
all the rest
yes.
paid?
By the budget, the general fund activities.
There's, yeah, I don't know of any place else we're collecting $75 from other than athletics.
But athletics costs a lot more than most clubs.
Most of them.
So what we have in the budget for athletics is
Uniform
already
replacements,
significantly
all those
bigger.
things.
Right.
So Jason, you mean who wants to keep pay to play or who wants to eliminate?
Who is interested this year in making that change and eliminating it? And eliminating pay to play and adding that cost to the general fund. Okay. Who's interested in doing that next year?
I'd even recommend it. I mean,
All
I
right,
think
see that?
If
I
we
know.
can.
It would be a budget item. It would be a
that?
budget item.
Put it back on,
That
yeah,
was-
on the list.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think everybody agrees it needs to go. Nobody likes it.
Right.
We've been wanting to get rid of it for a long time, but you just never find the right time. But if the board is saying yes, then we will start the process.
We should
Melissa,
talk the process
timestamp
through the
that,
athletic
please.
advisory.
We will start the process.
Well, I certainly appreciate the additional funding that's being put into those coaching site. I mean, that seems like a huge step.
Yeah.
Yes.
It was,
That's important too.
Right,
That's very
so-
important.
so it hopefully frees up boosters and then the ripple effect. and
Right,
The
right.
parents won't be asked for more money for boosters and they may not really care as much about the $75. So it's just,
Well, it depend-
hopefully that will relieve that
Depend on
pressure.
what the boosters want to raise money for, right?
Right. That's a
If
decision of the
now we're
boosters,
funding
though.
the coaches, are they gonna
Right,
wanna
so
buy
it's something else,
that money
right.
that they were raising? So this was to alleviate pressure, not buy other things.
So I want to circle back to make sure that everyone's comfortable that items 2, the permanent substitutes, you understand that it's already in the budget. The out-of-district special education we have to do.
Yeah, that's in the budget.
That's in the budget. The PR, public engagement assistant, we put that in the budget.
That's in the budget, and if the board wants to keep it there.
Does anybody
if
have a
you-
problem with that or concerns about that?
Yeah, the PR, I guess that would be the, if someone didn't agree with that. At first, I did not, but I feel like it will be of value on many levels, not just with this school.
So everyone's good with that one item?
Back to you.
Okay. All right, we good? We get everything we need at this point for budget workshop?
I think our budget stays basically the same as this morning, based on what the board is telling us right now, except for small little variances that we gotta
No
keep
more
working on.
changes tonight.
No more changes.
I don't want a phone call.
Okay, so I put communications on the agenda because I felt like there was a few things that we needed to just touch on. Looping was one of them, and we took care of that. Much appreciated, Jeff. So the land search, as you know, we have an RFP out that ends April 14th. Now, I had a question to Scott and Jeff. That's right before vacation, so does it make sense to simply allow them to come in during vacation as well?
We made it pretty stringent for the 14th to end it, and we chose that date because it was vacation the next week.
Okay,
I'm in, so.
Yeah.
okay.
We can
So the
start
date is the
reviewing
14th.
if there's anything, and then it will give Tyler another week to look at
Okay.
stuff too.
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. Leanne has done a lot of work on a list of parcels from both towns. Leanne, tell us what you did.
Yes, and thank you to Bill Shane and Diane Barnes for participating in our land search efforts. So Jason had reached out and asked for some information. They sent back some spreadsheets on possible potential land in both communities. I then took those lists and really used some online GIS tools through the town websites, looking through sort of the requirements that were in the RFP for having access to water, sewer, 3-phase power, learned a few new things there. Looking at the topography of the various lots that were on this list of a certain size to see, are there things that haven't been discussed and come up through some of these efforts, and just did a little looking and boy, did that list get narrowed down pretty quickly. And really what we wanted to do was not only, put out the RFP to have people respond, but also maybe do some proactive outreach. And so I'm hoping that it will be pretty small of lot sizes, parcels that are in the community, pretty much without buildings, because there's lots of complications if there's already a nice building on that, but just empty parcels, to come up with a list of landowners that we've drafted a letter that we would like to send out and just say, hey, we're looking to build a school. We've noticed you have a parcel of land. Would you be interested in looking at these requirements with us and seeing if it might meet them? So I think we're hoping to come up with a list in the next day or so to just do some outreach to see if maybe there might be some interest in at least putting their land on the list to look at to see if it truly does meet those requirements, and not just my view of the Googling of those requirements and looking at aerial photographs. But so I think it's been fun because I enjoy this type of thing, but to then realize, well, there's not as many spots as you might think that could really meet these.
Oh, that's great.
These requirements.
Thank you.
Very interesting and a lot of work. Thank you.
Is there any way that this can get added to the website for the new school, listing properties?
No.
Okay.
What should not come out of this is a list of people that ever feel like pressured, and the community says, oh, those people didn't sell.
I don't think that, I don't know if that's what you meant. I think she just meant like that we have done this.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That's the whole point is,
Yes.
Yeah,
And
but
this is
not
all
the final
public
list.
information.
No.
The royal we did this.
Yes.
Yeah. And so it's just saying this is what we looked at, and this is all public information. These websites from the towns, anybody can go up and start looking at the different parcels. It was just helpful to help narrow it down, but this is not any information that's not publicly available. It's just going through those extra steps of saying, okay, we know this is our list of requirements. What else could be out there?
That's great.
If you do you have a blurb or something you can send and we can put it up on the website?
Yep.
Okay.
I can do that.
We did our due diligence.
Yeah.
I think that's what this process is about, because when Leanne and I talked on the phone, the first thing she said is, wow, this is making 80 Gray Road look a lot better. So we'll see if anything comes out of it, but I feel like there's a box we have to check.
Well, and just one of the things I do is distance from the current campus as one of the factors, right? And there's some potential spots based on my look is like, on North Road near Yarmouth, but just thinking of, the routes between our districts, that's quite a distance. We could just build some new roads in our community. I was like, I wish there was a road that went right through here, but.
So the list will be done very soon?
Probably by tomorrow.
And Leanne also put together the draft letter. The key points there just being to reiterate basically the RFP requirements and submittal for it, and then sort of pointing out that our offer would be near market value. Like, we don't want to create a large delay with people thinking that, we can buy their land for twice the market value or something.
Wasn't one of the criterias purchasing it for the same amount that we'd be purchasing 83 Great Road?
No, I don't believe that was a criteria.
The land? It was in my head.
Well, I think you'd have to balance the purchase price with other site costs, If you could pay potentially more for the land if the site costs were substantially lower. Every site's going to have its own challenges, but the big issue here is adding a year to the process, which has significant costs, and then those re-engineering costs for a brand new site. So I think the question will come down to, if we find a better parcel, is, yep, it's a better parcel. Is it $4 to $10 million better?
Yeah.
Because that's the real cost attached to pivoting away from 80 Gray Road, unfortunately. So.
Leanne, did you consider parcels of land of people that want to sell outside of the district?
Are you looking to sell? We might have some busing issues. Remember the whole busing conversation earlier?
We'll cover that as part of the agreement.
Okay.
All right, much appreciated, Leanne. Survey on the school, Tom, you have put together a draft.
Yeah, and thank you everybody for feedback. Jeff provided some feedback today, and we just need to map out our next steps.
So that can go out more or less anytime now.
As soon as you're done with it, we can get it out.
All right. So
yes.
the easy thing is to email it to folks, but then other avenues that we need to do, how do we do that?
Is this something that's come up at Friday meetings?
With Jeff?
No, with North Yarmouth and.
Oh, well, the thing that I hear often, and correct me if I'm wrong, is how to pull in people that aren't in the district, don't have kids. You know, we've added to the newsletter and to the crier to try to get people to sign up for the newsletter so that we have their emails. But that seems to be a big obstacle, how to reach those other folks.
Aging in place would
Yep.
be a great place to start, just
I
to,
have
to
a-
reach out to her.
Yeah, I have a meeting on Thursday with Parks and Rec, and they fall under that umbrella. So I can reach out to them if you would like to find the best way to reach community members that we don't have emails for, if they have any
Yeah.
insight.
Emails would be great, but I think we would have to opt in. Yeah, whatever,
Put a
however we
sign
can do
at the
that.
library as well.
Hmm?
Put a sign at the library as well with the email link.
Well, and
And
having
maybe
it
a link.
announced at town council and select board and that, but specifically the survey only came up in passing about the school. We didn't talk, in depth about it, if that's what you mean specifically with if it's come up. We certainly are always talking about ways that, how we can reach people.
I think we'll start definitely as soon as Tom and who else is working on it? Tom and Jared?
I saw the email. I can look at it tonight.
I think we'll get out with the crier and then the town notes, North Yarmouth town notes. We can start immediately there, because I know people read all 3 newsletters, and then try to get other places.
My one open question was just around the timing with the RFP being due in, 10, 13 days from now. And if anything, I think, if nothing came out of that, would that impact anything that we've put in the survey?
It does sort of change the conversation.
Wait till after April break?
I mean, realistically, I think we want to get everything in order, and that date will have passed. It would give us an opportunity to back out from that if something very strange happens. But I think we owe it to our communities to get feedback from them after what happened in November.
Tom did a good job taking a very agnostic approach with the questions too, and not trying to steer the answers that we wanted, and I much appreciate that. Okay, so the folks that were looking at that, we'll finalize that and then get it ready to go.
We'll help you with that if you need, obviously our newsletter, and then we can get it to both towns. Melissa's got all the contacts and stuff if you need help with that, so.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so joint meeting, there are some folks that can't attend. How many cannot attend?
It's the 12th.
On the 12th, yeah. 1, 2.
But Tom can.
Tom can.
I can go.
Did I respond?
Invite.
Did I really?
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 can be there, and Mike Williams is a question mark.
I think he's a no.
I think he hadn't responded.
Not into the appointment, no.
I think I can. Did I say no?
I
You
was
said
just
no. Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
And Mike is still a
So at
no-
this point,
non-response.
we'll figure on moving forward.
Okay.
So we have a majority.
Okay, good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. And Jeff shared with you guys that agenda. If you could just respond to the email with any thoughts. Right now, it's very broad, but I think it makes sense. If there's anything we forgot, please
Yeah, it says
let us
Vanessa
know.
will say a lot of things
Yeah.
when she's not there, but Tom will do it in her absence.
It's practice.
All right, so take a look at that and
Okay.
let us know what we've missed or what we should be doing better with that.
What is,
Um,
so it's just to update the budget?
No,
essentially,
right
or-
now it's the budget, the new school,
Collaborative efforts between
collaborative
the three.
efforts.
Understood, okay.
Do you think we're gonna be able to do it in this room okay with all three boards at tables?
Melissa and Dirk were talking about it. I think they've connected to see if it would work. And Dirk, were you kind of giving us the thumbs up on that one?
We're gonna do a big rectangular through the whole center here with mics, and you're gonna have to share mics, and then we'll have audience around the perimeter.
And it'll be recorded.
Yes.
And it will be recorded, yes.
So yeah,
Right.
that's probably good to know. A few people will be missing, so that'll help you.
Yeah, I mean, not everybody comes, so we'll have a little bit of space, but, yeah. Good, thank you, Dirk.
27 people right now.
Yep, plus some of us who are auxiliary members.
And Tyler Barta will be here for that?
I don't remember us talking about him being here. I don't think so. Do you want him to come?
There'll be a lot of questions, I think, that he would know off the top of his head. That would be helpful.
What would that
I
cost?
never asked him to come. I'm not sure. That would just be part of his contractual agreement with us, working with us.
I suspect a lot of questions will come up around site and site costs.
If you think it'd be helpful, I can ask him.
If you could be here, I think that would be good.
Okay.
I mean, I would really think about the agenda item for that. Just, yeah, what level of detail is going to be important. I know there's still some outstanding questions around a couple of the sites. It's probably not the best venue to have those discussed, but
No, other sites, no, I don't think we'd
I don't
get
think
into that.
so.
Try not to, because it'd
Right.
just be all speculation, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, Jason, I had you down as the person talking about the school site, but let us know what you need on that respect.
Okay, I'll do an overview of where we're at, I guess.
You could just make the meeting about the budget and have Tom do it.
Yes, I think that's a good idea.
Okay. That's all I had for miscellaneous things. Anything else under communication? Okay, is there a motion for number 5?
A motion to adjourn.
Thank you, Vanessa. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Leanne.
I'm guessing everybody's
Discussion, all in favor? Unanimous, motion carries, thank you. Thank you, Dirk.
Are you expecting slides and such for that, for, like, what are you expecting to communicate?
Oh, you mean next week?
Yeah.
I
mean,
I
you don't
don't
wanna
think we're
go-
expecting anything. I think,
Is it a high level, like here we're at, this is where we're at?
yeah, and I've got to send the draft agenda now to
They do.
Bill and Diane and ask them to look it over and see what they think.
So you're not expecting like slides, presentation?
Bill and
No.
Diane's have the number I already gave.
I don't think that's really the point. I don't think they really want that.
So just like a paragraph, this is.
Purchase, donate, offer,
Like,
purchase or offer.
I think I talked about the process, how we started at 18%
Now I have a
where we
second
landed.
question for you.
Okay.
I would keep it high level.
chunks.
They don't care about the
Efforts we're showing
specifics.
the community.
They're high level.
Okay, perfect.
If you want to